I think we actually made it. That was extremely weird, and I apologize. I could not figure out how to get out of the calendar. There's like a little calendar thing on Streamlabs Obs, and I was like, cool. I hit it and I hit go live, and then I couldn't figure out how to get out of the calendar. So I was just stuck in the calendar. Um, but we're here. We're going to start cracking boxes in just a second. I just want to refix the link since the old one is dead and shout it out real quick, and then we will open up boxes and um, go from there. All right, but that'll fix itself out, and we'll figure out the rest of that. Uh, and let's just start. Let's just start cracking packs. We got an absolute metric ton of things to open, so not even gonna sugarcoat it. Let's not wait. Let's just make sure I got this nice light going. Everything should be good. Seems a lot darker than it really is. And let's start things off real light. Let's get something nice cracking. Let's do bright lights. We got plenty. I've got what Dynasty, Dust Till Dawn, Part the Misfill, Heavy Hitters. You name it, I got it. So we are just going to open, and I'll put a little music on while we open. Hopefully it won't be super duper loud, but just some background noise. As I feel maybe just listen to me talk is going to be super monotonous, as it's not going to be all hype all the time. So we're going to just start with bright lights. I don't know why I'm having such a damn trouble getting this thing open. I feel like one of those damn commercials or whatever, where you're like trying to get the twist top off and you just can't do it, and somebody else just comes by and like instantly takes it off. And I have a pair of scissors sitting right in front of me. I'm just being absolutely stubborn as all get out, and I don't want to use a pair of scissors. So these boxes are kind of wackily damaged. That one, more or less my fault in trying to get it out. They are sealed though, but they do feel rather weird. I don't know. These all came off of eBay. We're just going to dump them out, stack the packs over there. Sleeves at the ready. We're going to try and get through as many packs as we can. And then if anybody ever has any questions about anything related to Flesh and Blood, the market, whatever, just let me know. And then I have my TCG player up and stuff as well. We can just run through that if anybody has anything they want to see, or maybe you're new to it. And you want some kind of guidance. But in the interim, I'm just going to move the tokens aside. I'll probably save the foils and the commons. I'm not going to separate them right now. I will. Maximum velocity is nice. I'm just going to put the foils and commons together in a box because I'm going to have to run through them anyway. I will do. See if I can get that camera to just not focus so it's focused all the time instead of just, because I'm going to be doing a lot of movement and it's going to be absolutely impossible for it to focus. I got guess it's not that bad, right? Because if I pick up maximum velocity, can we read it? Sort of. I mean, we know it's a maximum velocity. But I got plenty of packs. These were off of eBay. Would look like a consignment sale. You could kind of tell it was just because the amount of boxes the person was selling at the same time. They were all on bids, and they weren't whatchamacallit. They weren't for any particular starting price. I think they started at 99 cents. You can kind of get a feel for these things if you've been doing it for quite a while. That whether or not it's like a consignment thing or like a store that went under type of thing, which you never really want to see, but you got to be on the lookout for those if you're savvy, if you're in the market, if that's something that you're trying to do. Both singles wise and both box wise, most of them went for less than tcgplayer. Some of them like kind of right at, but the majority of these, the Tails ones were actually really nice since Tails shot up due to the announcement of the. That's a sick pull, man. I need Emboldened Blades as a Dory player, and like the fact that it's foil is just super cool. So I am actually like stoked about that pull. Can't be mad at that at all. In fact, it'd just be easier to. That's a KMC perfect fit hard, man. That was sideways sleeves. So where did I get these sleeves from? So I'm just gonna throw these things into sleeves, and then I'll set them there as we jam through these. But you got to be on the lookout for those things. I think eBay's your best friend. Anybody just trying to get into this, or let me get a better place for the trash. Otherwise, we're gonna start. I got this massive box that everything came in. I'm just gonna pour all the trash in there for now. But eBay's your best friend, right? I don't say that loosely. If you're somebody starting out, Steel Street Tunes, it's foil, it's majestic. You're going to want to search Flesh and Blood on eBay. It's pretty much what I do. I can show you guys here in a little bit, kind of the keyword. I sort it all by auctions. I sort it by time ending, and I just pretty much scroll through, put things on the watch list that I like, and go from there. You find some pretty cheap deals. Oh, look at that cold foil. Not the best cold foil, but we'll take it. Cold foil nonetheless in this box. Evo Command Center. It's a foil, or a foil. It's a rare. Could be a common cold foil, so there's hope. And I've got 4 boxes, quantum processor, 4 boxes of bright lights. So kind of a mishmash of everything. I've got Misfill as well. 2 cases left of that. So of the 4 I ordered, technically 5, but I sold one to somebody. So we are just going to be opening packs. I've got a bunch of mail that came in from speculations, which is kind of what this talk is about too. Speculating, really knowing your market. So I'll give it some time, see if some people come in if they want to ask some questions and stuff before I get into the nitty gritty. But I can always make a mental note and then go through and at least timestamp when I start really talking about the market. Because I want to make sure that if you want some of this information, you can have it. And I'm, like I've said before, I'm an open book, so I'm not going to like tell you something that I wouldn't do myself, or I'm not going to give you like the full breakdown. Like there's nothing to hide. I mean, most of this stuff, if you just kind of sound it out, it makes perfect sense, and it's just kind of the rule of the thumb to live by if you're into this whole market type game, or if you want to get into this market, if this is something you want to do, if you want to sell singles, if you want to try and find the next whatever, the next Phantom Tide Maw, right? Which I didn't necessarily see it coming, I just jumped on it fast enough before it completely spiked. So there's a couple of ways you do that, but the majority of the ones I do are just straight speculations. They're meta driven, or they are set driven, or they're card driven. I mean, like Poison the Well is a card I've joked about before, but granted, I'm not sure if it's worth its inflated price or not just yet. But cards like that have really niche uses, that are usually expansion slot type cards. Kindle was a great example. Kindle should have been on everybody's radar. You know what I mean? Like Kindle should have never ever hit $1, and then everybody would be like, you know, what's up, Kano? I don't know why I called you Kano, Mr. Justin. I don't know why everybody let Kindle. Yeah, I was just talking about, like, I don't understand why people let Kindle hit $1. It doesn't make any sense. You are the Kano now. There's absolutely no point. Like, Kindle is an expansion slot card. Oh shit! Look at that, Singularity. So we hit a legendary. Let me make the mark on that. It's not exactly. Oh, this keyboard's gonna drive me nuts. It's not the. You know what Marvel I'm talking about, or Legendary I'm talking about. It's not the good one. It's not the extended art one. The Marvel. Yeah. Man, English is rough. But it's still Legendary. Still Singularity. Still Tech Levasan. He's not good yet, but he will be good eventually. So his box has been kind of nice. The foil Majestics were okay. But anyway, Kindle. Kindle's an expansion slot card, right? So you think of it and you're like, why would LSS make an entire expansion slot card and then have it be bad? Do you know what I mean? I mean, Poison the Well, I guess you could have been like, that's just a bad, you know, mist or Majestic. But I thought about it in the reverse way. Poison the Well can't be played in limited in that set whatsoever. And so it wasn't a limited card. It had to have been a constructed card. So, you know what I mean? Like, you have to start thinking about those things with these cards. It's almost like a future puzzle. I know, that's what I'm saying. So, like, this is what happens with card games. Is like, people read a card and they go, well, this card's bad because it just has no immediate use. But that's those cards that you're wondering what the immediate use are usually the ones that you should speculate on the hardest. And I don't mean like go spend your life savings on it. I just mean those are the cards that you want to look at. There's a reason why they're made. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's just like one day Rock is gonna be good. Do you know what I mean? It has to. Has that card went up? Surgeon Aethertide? Or is it still sitting down? Like those, yeah. Like, it's cards like that. There's cards that need to eventually have their time, and they will. Maybe Rock's a bit of a meme right now, but like I feel like Rock is too on everybody's with channel. Yeah. Like, it's things like this that bring the sets up. You know what I mean? I'm just watching the camera. If it ever looks like it's too grainy or not focused enough, just let me know and I can always disable it and re-enable it. But the speculations are more driven upon it, like they start, right? So if you have no idea what the meta is, and if you have no idea what the next set is going to be, then your first speculations always start with, well, why has that card even been printed? If you're asking yourself why a card's been printed, you should probably speculate on it. And you could buy like 10, 15. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you bought 10 Kindles at $1.50 a piece right now, you feel fantastic. I mean, you didn't have to buy 500 Kindles. I mean, I'm sure there's people out there that were snatching up Kindles left and right, and they're doing, you know, they're having a killing on it. Same thing with the tails. I don't. In fact, in fact, I don't mean to bump the camera. Like when the heroes got announced, right? I instantly was like, oh shoot. Um, I started checking all the cards, right? I was like Toma Harvest, Channel Mount Heroic. I was like, oh god, I gotta grab all these. So I started going through and I grabbed as many as I could, but like I actually took a step back and I said, well, maybe it doesn't go that crazy. Do you know what I mean? Like I was like, yeah, I was like Channel Mount. I literally looked at it, Channel Thunder Step, and I said, does this go up? I was like, it's lightning. You know what I mean? It's never been played before. So like I kind of hesitated on them, and it was to my disadvantage because they ended up going up. So, and I'm sure they're going to get played. Evo Atom Breaker. So another Majestic out of this box. Yeah, like I have an unfamiliarity with a lot of Tails cards, so it already put me at a disadvantage because I couldn't readily tell you what was going to be good or not, or what was good, or what wasn't used, or like what potentially people were waiting for. Do you know what I mean? Like maybe there just wasn't a good. Well, yeah, Gaze the Ages I did pick up. So right before the set got announced, I picked up as many Rainbow Foil Dyadics as I could, as many Extended Art Dyadics as I could, Emeritus Blue promos, Grasps, Spellbound Creepers, what else did I pick? Gaze the Ages, Chain Lightnings, and Kindles. I think I picked up all of those, and I picked up like as many as I could, like quite a few of each. Hey, Tekla Vossen. Cool. So we got Singularity and we got Tekla. Striders I didn't, and you know that's the craziest thing. I actually just completely blanked on Storms. Dude, it hit me just yesterday actually. What's going on? It's fun to see the Flesh and Bloods podcast posting. On the Flesh and Blood podcast. Let me. Is there? I just wish it was focused. I guess it's not bad. I don't know why I'm nitpicking on the camera. But no, I slept on it. I slept so hard on. Well, hopefully you had a good day at work, Donnie. Hopefully it wasn't too stressful. I got stuck in the calendar, and so the original. If you read my Facebook message and it's really confusing, it's because there's a stupid little calendar thing here, and I clicked on it and found the stream, and it like from there it said go live, and so I went to go live, but I couldn't figure out how to get back to my like widgets to like start the intro, and so I was like, well shoot, and then I just tried to restart the software, and then I don't know, the whole thing got messed up, so I had to remake the go live thing and whatever. So the original link that was posted on Twitter is dead and it doesn't work, and it only lasted for like 2 minutes, and we got to go delete those lives, but we'll figure it out. I reposted it on Twitter, and it is what it is. I'm still not so familiar with all this, but yeah, Striders went up, and I didn't even put those two together, the 2 and 2 together, until yesterday, Justin. Like you'd think that I would have been like, oh, Arcane, Striders, Wizards, and I just didn't even think about it. There was still a couple of opportunities to get some white border Striders and stuff at a decent price, but I wasn't that crazy about it. I feel like I've already missed that boat, so I wasn't even going to worry about it. It is what it is. If I really want to play one of those heroes and they need Striders, I'll just get Striders. I'm not gonna worry about it. All right, so that wasn't that bad for the first box. Tokens aside, just toss them all in the box over here. But we had quite a few. We pulled a legendary from it. Some of the Majestics were pretty good. You got a foil Steel Street and a foil Emboldened Blade. That was nice. Max V. Evo Command Center is your cold foil. So not bad. Not bad for a Bright Lights, for a little Bright Lights box. Let's go into number 2. Let's keep it running. I can always mix it up. The L was Singularity. I'll pull it back out if I can find it. Mr. Teklovostin himself, the extreme esteemed magistrate. I don't know why it's so unfocused. Maybe it would be better if it was autofocused on. I just have a feeling if I put the video on autofocus and I keep moving around, it's gonna eventually go crazy trying to figure it out, but maybe not. That actually doesn't look too bad. So Singularity, we'll keep it on autofocus, and if it sucks, it sucks. But yeah, as I was saying, guys, when you speculate on these cards, right? And this is for anybody watching or anybody that watches the VOD or whatever. You start first with cards that make absolutely no sense. And Poison the Well, just from my Yu-Gi-Oh mind, from like, you know, any game that puts out multiple sets and they don't actually call the cards from the earlier sets is eventually going to make a card that makes a card from like 8 years ago good. It's bound to happen. Whether they're doing it on purpose or they don't realize they're doing it. But Poison the Well is such a card that has such a silly effect that you knew it wasn't good then, but it had to be good somewhere else. Kindle, though, Kindle should have been on everybody's radar. I'm just going to reiterate that. That's an expansion slot card with the new keyword. Those are the things that you need to focus on. You're like, oh, AMP, that's new. Oh, they had to put it in the expansion slot? That's new. And then, like, everybody's thinking right now, present, Kano. No. Think later. Think future. That's how you get these massive margins. That's how you're ahead of the game on this, if that's something that you want to do. Otherwise, you're just missing out on free real estate. You know, if you just want to get ahead to the sense where you're like, okay, I'm not buying my Kindles for $20-$30 a piece, right? Or Phantom Tide Moss, like, it works that way too. You don't have to buy 90 of them and be the market lord of Kindles and Poison the Wells. But you definitely, for your own sake, if you're going to play any of those heroes, like, you don't want to be paying that high of a premium if you could have just picked them up earlier. And so my message is always, you pick things up early. Even if they look like they have no use and they make no sense, you just pick them up. Those gauntlets are pretty good against Zen. Those ones that do -1, you know, I'd have quite a few pairs of those. They're a generic, which is always really good, and two, I think that they're gonna have use all throughout Fab. That Zen won't be the only hero doing the ping for one stuff or doing the big damage chains, where you're gonna want to negate one on every chain. It's just not. It's highly unlikely. Same thing with Van Braces of Determination, right? Like, everybody used it for a split second during Oldham, but like, there's going to be other heroes. Then you're going to want that -1 prevention on it, attack reaction speed. And they did spike a little bit too when Enigma came out, so just so everybody's aware of that. Phantom Tidemon cards like that are hard to call. They're meta driven as well as they are class specific, but I feel like, oh, there's a Smashing Performance. That's a good card. I feel like Tidemaw was another card that came out and everybody was just like, this card doesn't do anything, or like, oh, it's really good on paper, but like, nobody can play it, kind of a thing. Well, then you buy them up. Like, those are the cards you buy up, in my opinion. Like, that's what dictates a good speculation card. Like, if you know what the next set is, or if you have a feeling, if you're like, you know, oh, we haven't seen Tails heroes in forever, even though I've been telling you guys, if you watch our podcast every week, I've been telling you guys Everfest and Tails are literally sets you need to target. You're good, man. I appreciate you checking in and stuff. But like, I've been on Tails the entire time. I've been on Everfest the entire time. These sets don't get banned. So if all the heroes LL and everybody's like, well, nobody has any use for this set, you don't think they're going to just bring another set out? Come on. Tails jumped up so much that I actually wonder if it's staying at the price. I will have to check it here in a little bit. Last I looked at, Tails was like 300 and something for a case of first edition, and that was up from 190. Like, you could have bought a case of first edition Tails for 190. Yeah, I mean, hit me up. Well, you want to speculate? Is that what you want to do? You want? I mean, like, I'm an open book, man. You want that insider scoop? You just let me know. I tell people every week the cards that I think, like right now, I honestly think Heart of Findle is literally a card people should be looking at. There's going to be a lot of life gain in this next set. A lot of these heroes look like they want to gain life, especially Verdance. Uh, so I just have a good feeling. You know, does it spike enough to warrant buying a ton of them? That's debatable. Should you buy a heart while it's on the? Yeah. Should you buy them on the low right now since they're at the lowest that heart's ever been? I think so. I think they've crept back up just slightly, if I'm not mistaken. I think heart might be at like 290 right now, but I've seen some hearts going for 270, 260. And they were what, 400 at one point? I think the only Fable that still held its value from the older sets is Eye of Ophidia, which is actually going to get probably better. It'll lose a little bit. Actually, does Kano runs it? Azalea doesn't run it because it's completely dead. Some weird Thorialists run it, but I don't like that. Blaze might run it because she wants to opt, right? That new mage for Blitz. But I just feel like opting is such an important part of the game that if Eye of Ophidia is probably pretty safe from what you call it, downward spikes in price. Like it'll dip, but I don't think Eye of Ophidia ever goes as low as Heart went. But Fables are a difficult one. I'm not telling you to go buy your Fables. I honestly think everybody should own one of every Fable though, especially these ones that are cheap. So Master Cog right now out of this set, I would own one, even the Rainbow Foil. Light of Soul, I would own one. I think the only one I wouldn't really care about owning would be the Blood of the Drakai, although I honestly think there's going to be a time where everybody will have slept on that card, and that card is going to spike. I think the Fab's a little bit... It's a little different with Fables. There's our Cold Foil. Because I don't necessarily think Fab wants to make the Fables so broken that they're just required to play in the deck. I think they want it to be an opportunity cost type thing, where yeah, the cold foils in this are so cool, where you pretty much have to put in a card that does good things, but it like kind of has to high roll to do the best things. I mean, you could look at Plague Hive or Light of Soul, because if Light of Soul hits, it's amazing. Light of Soul doesn't hit. What else? Like, I feel like the Fables need to be good, but they can't be like over the top to where every deck has to run it. Heart's a little universal. The Opt one's a little universal. I think that's why they're different outside of that. But obviously, let's look at Blood of the Drakai, very specific. Grandeur of Valhalla, very specific. Art Knight Shard, literally specific. Although Viserai is going to have his day soon. But I don't know whether or not it's a make or break on that Fable. Do you know what I mean? Like, Viserai might be really good, and the Fable might just be too slow. So, Fables are weird. I just think Heart is exempt from this Fables are weird talk solely because it's very universal in what it does. It's just pitch to gain a life. It's a blue card, and there's a lot of life gain coming up. So I actually think Heart's a decent Fable to pick up if you don't have one. And I personally just think you should be picking up Fables for super cheap if you don't own them, and just have them just to be on the safe side. Most of the Fables out right now, minus Eye of Ophidia, are pretty, well, Eye, Arc Knight, and Heart and Rainbow Foil are pretty accessible. They're all less than $100. Like, Cog is like 60, the Mistveil one is like 80. Light of Soul might be the most expensive Rainbow Foil one right now. And then maybe Solana. Library. Korshem. Ooh, Tome of Imperial Flame. It used to be really good. It will be good eventually. But not for a long time. This will eventually be a spec card again, just so everybody's aware. You tell me, how can you speculate on a card that already came out? You can. Everybody will forget about the card. It'll go away. Draconic will be gone, and then there'll be like another Uprising. And, well, we'll be right back at it before you know it. So, am I telling you to go buy every Tome of Imperial Flame? No, but if you get some low Tome of Imperial Flames, I'd sit on them. This game is very, very heavy on sitting and waiting on things in certain times of the meta. Obviously, if you're exchanging meta valid cards right now in any of the top decks, you know, that have a set ceiling values, I guess what we'll start calling it, like Swing Big, Phantom Tidemaw. What else is up there? Levels of Enlightenment, your Art of Wars that have jumped up to like $44 a piece. Traverse the Universe, Balance of Justice. Except those aren't really spec cards. Kindle and all the channel cards and stuff haven't hit their ceiling price in my opinion, so I wouldn't be rushing to sell those yet. But you get what I'm saying. Cards that have literally solidified themselves. They've spiked. They've come back down. They've settled around a price. That's when you start comfortably selling. You sell at the high ceiling. You sell at that, you know, that level. And if it's not there, you just hold on to it. That All You Got used to be $15, $20. I ended up picking up quite a few of them. I didn't get them all up in the amount of time. And so they're sitting in my binder. I've got like 30 That All You Gots because it's just not the right time to sell them. That card is good. It's completely meta driven. It's just not the right time. Now, if somebody needs them locally and stuff, I'm not that person. I'm like, no, I can't. I gotta wait until they get up, you know, before I sell them. I don't tend to do that. I mean, I usually make enough elsewhere where I don't have to worry about that. But you definitely don't want to list them all up on tcgplayer to sell right now if your point is to wait for that card to be meta dependent again. And so Flesh and Blood is one of those games. It's an ebb and flow. Peaks and valleys type thing, however you want to call it. You have to wait for your time. And so every card will eventually have its time. Most of them at least. But I knew Poison the Well was going to have its time. You don't read that card and say that'll never be good. That card's way too specific. And it looked like it was needed too. We don't know to the extent of it yet, but it looks like they knew that there was going to be a deck that's prime example was going to, or prime whatever gameplay was going to be gaining life in some fashion, or gaining a spike amount of life, or had the ability to gain a spike amount of life that you would like to reverse. Scrap Trader, it's not bad. LSS usually does a pretty good job with foreshadowing. Why there's just like a heart button covering up the chat right now. I don't know why on YouTube, but I want to. You don't think Verdance is going to win Heart? I think they're going to be. So yeah, somebody else mentioned that same thing. That, you know, Heart might be hard to play because it's life gain, and if you have you have way higher life than your opponent, how are you going to gain life with Heart? I think Verdance is either going to start at an extremely low life total, which is why they didn't give us anything other than the Marvel art. And I think it's going to be that she has to gain life to do certain things, which would make sense. Most wizards do start with less life. She also has the ability to just outright gain life. So if they started her at a really low life pool, it makes cards like Wounded Bull and Final's Fighting Spirit and stuff pretty cool. for it, whether or not it's going to be in like an offensive deck like that or, you know, value-wise. Which is going to be a really cool wizard, don't get me wrong. But I think you actually have to start that hero out on a low life pool. Um, if its entire gameplay encompasses gaining life, then you can afford to give it like, you know, even less life than you have Kano starting at, since it literally can open up turn 1 gain life. Foil grinding gears to close out that box. So this box a little more mundane than the other one. Let me recap the totals. But I cannot see Verdant starting at 40 HP. I just can't. I don't know how they would do it. No, but I mean that's true. But I honestly think that we don't really know what the card she's gonna get. If she has access to instantaneous life gain at like instant speed, then you can start her out as low as you want. In my opinion. 44 and be below, right? So you could do that, right? But that doesn't make Heart any. Let me recap this real quick. Scrap Trader, Grinding Gears, Tome, System, Reset. None of these are foil. It looks like I only got one foil out of that box. Not that that's bad. It's just kind of weird. Usually you get a little bit more. But is that 6, 7, and a cold foil? So I feel like kind of low rolled on that box, but the other box was kind of nice. So it is what it is. You could put her damage low. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I just think that either way, if she starts low or high or however she does it, if life gain is in her toolkit, then you get to use your HP even more so as a resource. And so I still think you get to use Heart and things like that. Now, granted, you have to then draw Heart on a turn where you're lower than your opponent, but I don't think that's necessarily hard to do. You can just take hits. Take hits with all intent to gain life. I don't know. I think we're gonna be seeing some interesting things with the new heroes. I'm definitely pretty excited for Aurora. I think Aurora's gonna come off weaker than like the final concept will be, because I just think Go Again on a stick potentially is problematic if done wrong, and so they're probably going to keep her completely under rate. But I'd like to think that Aurora will eventually be really good. I'm actually just nervous whether or not there's a Guardian, an adult version of Terra coming in, because Terra scares me a little bit, and I don't want another crazy Guardian thing happening. I don't think it'll ever be Oldhim level, but I don't know, man. Oldhim has me so nervous. I mean, I guess Crown of Seeds isn't coming back, but I'm still not sold. I mean, I'm definitely on the lookout for Hearts. I have a feeling that they're not going to go down as much. Like, they were trending down for quite a while. I have a feeling they're going to hold tight for a sec. Well, yeah, anything that literally just says, man, we hit it again already off the rip. Rapid fire. Not the best cold foil, but it's a cool cold foil. Evo Rapid Fire. I think this is the your Teclo Blaster attacks. Okay, so that's for the Teclo. The Teclo Blaster. That's true. There is no access to ice. Well, I don't think they want to make another, like, they really don't want to make another Oldhim, and they don't want ice to come back just yet. Ice is going to come back in a different set. I think they're going to be very set specific on how they're bringing things out, right? So all Arcane, Rosetta, Life, Earth, right? Earth, Lightning type shit. And then I think where do they go next after this? let's see here. If I was them, right? We just had a Warrior, Brute, Guardian. Oh, really? Oof. You're making me want to go pick up Coronet Peaks. By the way, that's another card I just want everybody to know. I understand Coronet Peak is a very weird headpiece. And it was very specific to Icelander, just the way that the hero played. I think that that headpiece is so good, okay, that I'm telling you right now, I'm gonna go try and pick up like 10 or 15 Coronet Peaks. They're about $5 or $6 a piece right now. Just the rainbow foils. Don't pick up the cold foils. The way that Flesh and Blood works, and I've had to learn this the hard way. Everybody wants to pick up the cold foils, the EAs and stuff like that. It works, right? It works for some cards. Okay, I'm not gonna say it doesn't, but Flesh and Blood first and foremost is a competitive game. It's also, are my cards playable? And so people want a rainbow foil playable card. They don't care. It's why certain cards, the rainbow foil majestic price or whatever, is the same as the normal. There are cards obviously where you're like, but the foil version's $20 more. Yeah. My best example is New Horizon. Okay, I know it's from Tales, so it's a little skewed, but New Horizons cold foil and rainbow foil were exactly the same price, and it wasn't overnight. The rainbow foil came up and pretty much was toe-to-toe with the cold foil the entire time Lexi was in the meta. New Horizons, like 100%. They were on par with each other on value, and that just shouldn't be, because a cold foil is just harder to get. You have to get it in first edition. It has to be that card. It's got to be cold. You know what I mean? Like, in all pretense purposes, the cold foil should have more value. Obviously, if it's an EA, there's a difference there, but we're talking just straight up normal. Fable should have a non-foil version. I don't know. That would kind of hurt the Fable price. Do you know what I mean? Like, it would hurt the rarity of it, the feeling of it. If they did non-foiled Fables, they need to put them in like History Pack or something. Which might make the cold foil versions worth a little bit more. Hey, Sonata Phantasmia. But you'd really hurt those rainbow foil versions. Although, again, like we've been talking about, the Fables just aren't usually played. Like, they're just not played. It's nothing against the Fables, it's just they're usually not played. Now that's true, I guess. If you're a big stickler on not having foils versus non-foil type things, War Machine. If you want all non-foils or all foils type thing, then I can understand that. I mean, it's the same thing with people trying to make all white border decks. You know what I mean? Everybody, there's only a certain amount of white border cards. I don't know why I keep dropping those rares out like I'm going to sort them out. These get sorted off later. I wish I was already pre-sorted on rares and commons and stuff, but it just doesn't happen. Brad shot it. What happened? Did he get deck checked for one foil? I've never had a problem. I play a mixture of foils and non-foils in my deck. I play out with a heart. And I double sleeve. I just double sleeve, and I've never had a problem. I use not perfect hard inners because they warp the cards a little bit, and they also have a lot of air in them. But I just use regular KMC perfect fits. And I double sleeve with, like, Dragon Shield, Matte or whatever, and I've never had an issue. And I always have the judge like just check my heart, because usually the card that's going to happen is going to be the heart, because the heart's kind of sits awkwardly. It like sits slightly bended like that, but usually in the double sleeve it's fine. But I mean, people are sticklers about it. I've never understood calling people out for marked cards. I mean, hot take, whatever. But people who look at things like that, like I mean, I'll watch your play and stuff, and I'll make sure that we're doing the effects correctly and things like that. You're not cheating me with your hero power. But if I literally have to feel like I need to start looking at your cards and making an excuse that you have marked cards just so I can, you know what I mean? Like I feel like at that point you're nitpicking for an advantage. And I mean, I understand it's a competitive game, but like I think at that point you're trying to find every available option to take a lead. Well, that's silly. I've never ever had a deck. I don't. That's crazy. I just figured that you had to, not it was required, but they would tell you to be careful with having a mixture of foiled and non-foils. But I didn't think it was actually required. That doesn't make any sense to me. That's just silly. At that point, I don't even understand that. Like that's telling people to conjure up cards. Yeah, I mean, most people don't risk it for that reason. And in fact, it's another reason why the foils usually don't sell as high as they should. I mean, there are cards where the foils are selling out the wazoo higher. Like look at Warmonger's Diplomacy. CNCs, Art of Wars, right? Especially if they're first edition. But like most of the time when people are buying those, they're all foiling it out. You know, they're foiling the whole thing out. But I generally think that even when I speculate, I rarely speculate. Oh, another Emboldened Blade. This is perfect, dude. I, I actually need Emboldened Blades to have a playset, and so I'm so excited because I've been sitting on like one or two, and I've been complaining about it because I was like, I don't want to buy an Emboldened Blade. So thank you, Bright Lights, for helping me not have to buy Emboldened Blade, even though Dory is really, really rough right now. I'm I don't want to sell out to Zen, but I'm gonna sell out to probably Azalea or something in the interim of these new heroes, or I'm just gonna end up playing Dory and everybody thinks I'm selling out to something different and it's never happening. Who knows? But I usually speculate non-foils. I just want to reiterate that. If you can get foils for pretty cheap, that's cool. But majority of the time, it is way safer of a bet to just speculate on non-foils. Non-foils will always be bought first. Non-foils are the most universally sought after. We were talking here about tournaments. Most people want non-foils for tournaments because foiling requires extra precautions. Otherwise, you're, marked card type scenarios. So that's another big one. Collectors wise and stuff, foils are great. Playability wise, which is what this game is 90% based off of, non-foils. This game starts in the competitive and playable world. This is not your collector's TCG. I want everybody to understand that. There are very, very nice and fun and amazing collector items, but if this was a collector's TCG, then grading would have a higher precedence in Flesh and Blood, and it doesn't. In fact, grading doesn't do jack all in Flesh and Blood except for very specific things. And in my opinion, unless it's a gold foil or there isn't a gold foil and it's like the highest rarity of something, I would not grade it. And it would need to be equipment or weapons. If it's something that goes into a deck, I also wouldn't grade it. Like, I don't even think grading the Marvel CNCs makes any sense. I don't think you're going to gain anything out of it. I have a playset of Marvel CNCs, Fabled, whatever you want to call them. I don't see it. I don't see the value increase in that. See, like, that's a little different. That's the highest rarity you can get. It's a cold foil. It's off of a early set. The only difference is you can play a rainbow foil, right? Well, yeah, okay. Well, I didn't know if you had one or not. I was giving you the benefit of the doubt, Oh, dude, we got the perfect Evo Steel Cell, too. I love it. We got the boots. The boots is definitely the one to get. The boots has tremendous value right now. It's played in a wide variety of decks, so not just Teklo, but I think Dash kind of plays the boots in, and some of the other mechs play the boots. So the boots definitely have, this is Steel Steel Tower, the boots definitely have play. They're also, I think, one of the more expensive ones. Fables are a little different. I don't know. I mean, you can grade them if you want. I'm not saying grading is bad. I just, TCGs usually grade cards to get, in the sports world too, to get more value out of it. Like, you know, and it just, Flesh and Blood does not care about it. Flesh and Blood cares about playability in the meta. It's a competitive card game. Nobody cares that you have a 10 Dawnblade or whatever. They care that Dory is, like, you know, just as an example, Dory is a mainstream deck and they have the cards to play it. Whether they're an all-common whiteboard or whatever. You know, first and foremost, it's get the cards. Then you worry about, you know, tricking it out or blinging it out or however you want to do it. You got to get the bowl before you start putting the spoons in. Something to that effect. I don't even think that's a real saying. I just made it up. Moonshot. Ah, that's a weird card. Moonshot feels like it should be good, but it's not. Play this only if you've boosted this turn. Let's see if we can get it up there. That's not too bad. Play this only if you boost this turn as additional cloud to place destroy X hyperdrivers. It gets +3 for each hyperdriver? Huh. I don't know. I feel like if Max ever got real crazy, like Moonshot just seems like a card designed to end a game out. Hyperdriver generation and sustain would need to be at an all-time high, and I feel like that one piece helps out. Oh, look at that! Speaking of another card. That's later fodder. This card is absolutely nothing now, but later down the road, when it comes back in all of its glory, tomes are going to be tomes. As long as there's a card or a hero that can abuse this card will be good again. End of discussion. Like there's no debate around that. The card's just broken. So foil tome, foil Moonshot. The other foil was the Evo Rapid Fire. We got a Demolition, an Evo Soul Tower, Prismatic Lens, a Bolden Blade, War Machine, and Sonata Phantasmias. So it's 3, 6, 8 Majestics and a cold foil. So a little bit better than the last one. We actually got the 2 foils this time on that box. Not bad. These were all bought single box, by the way, off of eBay. Everything I'm opening right now, I have some sealed cases, but for right now, it looked like a consignment. They were split on eBay listings, like, you know, 3 boxes of Dusk Till Dawn on one listing and then the other 2 on the other type thing. So I bought them all for a pretty decent rate. And we're just trying to jam through these as fast as we can. So this is the last box I have of Bright Lights. This will be box number 4. And then we can roll into, I don't know, we'll roll into something else. Start thinking about other speculations. Because there's always things to speculate on. Hard to see now since everybody's hyping up this new set. So I feel like it's going to be tough. Got to put my thinking cap on. This set's pretty much already out, so a lot of people already kind of know what to target. Things will probably still go up because it's going to be meta driven. So there's still room for some of these cards, your CMHs, your Channel Thunder Steps or whatever, your Tomes of Harvest or whatever you think is going to go up. Maybe Revel in Runeblood, Swarming Gloomveil if you know they pick up some more steam. But a lot of the major players have already been pointed out. just by the announcing of the set. And so now we're looking for down the road. We're looking for things to counter the meta, kind of like Snag. We're looking for things like that now. And we're looking for future releases. And I think Coronet Peak is one of those future release ones. If we still think we're going to have prevalent ice cards, and obviously, what is it? Blizzard's probably a decent bet, but why can I not think of the card? Come on, it's got the alternate art too. I'm all sitting in a box right now because there's just no Ice Hero. TikTok clock. It's the one where you pitch to. It's the same thing with like CMH and stuff, where you have to put an ice card or whatever on the blue. Why can I not think of it? Freezing something. Frigid Lake, Frigid Expanse, something. It's that card. It's the card that everybody hated seeing when Icelander was all around. You know what card it is. Nobody wanted it. You'd go in for the swing, you'd be super excited. Next thing you know, your turn's over. You don't get to play any cards. You don't get to do anything. That card. I'd start speculating on some ice cards personally. Alright, well, we don't need that many Emboldened Blades, but I actually think it's kind of cool. So, apparently these were Emboldened Blade boxes. We've gotten an Emboldened Blade in every single box, I think. Maybe we didn't get one in one, but we've gotten 3 Emboldened Blades out of 4 boxes, which is kind of crazy. I still cannot think of the name of that card. Somebody's gonna have to tell me the exact name of it though. The ice card that you'd flip up. And who are you rooting for in today's game? Who's playing today? It's one of the Nationals are in top 8, right? Today? I always pick the greatest times to do these streams, so I'm assuming there's like a big old tournament. Oh, wax off. What the heck? Oh, come on. How am I supposed to know that that's... I thought we were talking flesh and blood related. Bolivia. I assume you mean in football, you mean like yeah. No, that's fine. I mean, I knew what you meant when you said the word, you know, Bolivia in football, because I was like, okay, well, it's not real American football. It's not even season for it. Evo Telescope. Not what we want. Is it women's or men's? I was gonna say the women's soccer team is actually pretty good from what I remember. Men's. I was gonna say we usually get our ass beat in soccer down the road. I mean, U.S. isn't like I would say the worst team, but U.S. is not putting as much effort towards soccer. Yeah, we get handed. We get handed in soccer. Well, hopefully they can hold that lead. What's the card that Icelander would flip up? The Frigid Expanse or Channel whatever Expanse, another Steel Seal Tower. That's sick, dude. Those legs are perfect. The Icy card. I cannot think of the name of the card. I've been sitting here trying to describe it for the longest time to see if it would spark my memory so I could pronounce it. And I can't do it. I cannot. Frigid Lake or what? Something Lake, right? Because it has the alternate version of it. Channel Lake Frigid. There we go. I would get your Channel Lake Frigids. No, it's Channel Lake Frigid. It's the one with the alternate. Oh, we got a heist. Heist is so good. Not a foil heist, but that's pretty good. Yeah. Channel Lake Frigid alternate arts, if they're cheap, I'd pick them up, to be honest. And then I think the regular ones I'd pick up. There's no way that card doesn't come back with such a vengeance. Even if the hero itself isn't as frostbite happy as just flipping the card up from Arsenal like Icelander was and taxing you, having access to the ice cards that will make frostbites, because frostbites will come back. You still want your Channel Lake Frigids, and you want your Blizzards, and you want your Coronet Peak. So if you're telling me you're like, oh man, I just missed all these speculations, and there's no way I'm going to get any value out of this arcane set, or maybe they're just too high, you know, like you don't want to spend $7-8 a Kindle and hope they go up, you know, like that's not something you want to do. Then I suggest you start looking at ice cards. Who else is really down? Oh, let me tell you guys too. This is going to be a hot tip, okay? Hot tip. So make sure that you keep it here between us, so people have to actually watch the video to get it. But coercive tendency. I want you to understand Arachne will eventually be really good. Okay, it might take a while. All right, I'm not going to say tomorrow. I'm not going to say next week. But Arachne will eventually be good. And coercive tendency is just too good. Okay? It's just too good of a card. It's way too good of a card. Get your coercive tendencies. Start picking them up. Start trading for them. That's what I like to do too. Say like, this happens all the time. Say you're trading for a card and you're like $5 or $6 above rate, and you got to pull something from that person's binder. You're like, let me see if I can find something for like $5 or $6. Take the speculation cards. Take your Coronet Peaks. Take your ice cards. Take the weird cold foil hero weapon that's not good yet. Things like that. You have to start thinking with the future in mind. If you want to play this market game. Flesh and Blood is a sit and wait game. It's very, very sit and wait. You won't realize the value until the game realizes the value in that type of sense. Like, it all has to catch up to itself. But let's, we'll sidebar that for now. Because I can, later on, if it gets kind of boring, open in just packs over and over again. I have like a bunch of mail from eBay and tcgplayer I haven't even opened and sorted yet, of all the things that I speculated on long ago. And I kind of just left them. Hyper Scrapper. Plus, we got to keep on the nitty gritty here. We need to get these packs open. I have a lot of things to put on my TCG store, like a ton of things I need to put up an ad. I have the LA tournament and other like events and stuff of just buying up all sorts of cards and stuff and promos and all sorts of stuff. And I haven't even touched my TCG player. So part of what spawned all of this was I have so much product, and I kind of just want to share this, and I talk about the market every week on the podcast, more or less just on things trending upwards, but I usually try and give you guys the insider scoop too. So I figured, why not just come on and do like a little box opening stream type thing. So this is probably one of the weaker ones. Hyper Scrapper 1, Stasis Cell 2, Heist is 3, Evo is 4, so we had 7 again in a cold foil. So not exactly the best Majestics here. At least we got these 3. All the other stuff has yet to figure out its value. These things might come into their own. Just hard to tell. Like they're not bad cards. They're just interesting. This might be more prevalent if arcane damage chip is crazy and you need that Zen state to just avoid all sorts of arcane, because it's It's -1. Anytime you take damage, it's just -1. Zen state, that is. So, but that finished it for Bright Lights. So there are no more Bright Lights packs. That was 4 boxes. I think we'll just go into Dust Till Dawn. Was next in line. So we've got 5 Dust Till Dawns to do. And I shall set these Majestics off to the side from the from the Bright Lights boxes. Let's get rid of these tokens. Also, I'd like to say too, if you guys need any type of cards, if you want cards, if you need to buy cards, I'm just gonna huck them in that box, but I don't think I'll do that. You can always message me on Discord. It's just Bigmacz, Bigmacz. You can always add me, message me. Facebook, well, not Facebook, sorry. Twitter, at BigMaxFab. Discord, whatever. Just because I sell on tcgplayer doesn't mean I can't ship and sell to you off of tcgplayer. I've done a lot of sales, buying things off of the marketplace. I mean, I'm in the Purple Discord. I have made posts to sell in the Purple Discord. I usually sell on the Facebook Marketplace and buy on the Facebook Marketplace as well as tcgplayer. I buy and sell there and on eBay as well. Although I haven't really sold on eBay as much recently since tcgplayer is just more seamless listing. I don't mind selling on eBay, but having to list things on eBay makes me sick. So it's just been a lot easier on tcgplayer. But what I'm trying to get at is that you can always leave me with card lists. And I can get back to you. And I usually give, I mean, pretty much the best price I possibly can off of tcgplayer type, you know, pricing, since I don't have to worry about the fees. And PayPal, we can do PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, whatever. It's all the same to me. I sell locally a lot as well, at like all the locals, and if I'm at any of the tournaments with my stuff, but. I'm always in the mood to give people good deals, especially newer players and stuff like that, because getting people into the game is step one. Foil Lost in Thought. Oh, speak of the devil, Foil Poison the Well. Hello. Told you. All those haters out there telling me there's no way that card will be good. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. I'm only upset that I didn't buy like 300 of them. Forgot it came out of this set. So definitely Dabble in Darkness. Definitely in these 5 boxes of Dust Till Dawn. We're looking for artist card would be really sick, but I would like to see some more Dietics. A Cold Foil Fable would be nice too, just because I had to give mine away. In a trade. I'd like to get one back for collector purposes. Speaking of collector purposes, Scowling Fleshbag. Hello. Talk about a legendary hit. Man, this thing has started off hot. Scowling Fleshbag, Poison the Well foil, Lost in Thought foil. So man, oh man, and a Dabble. So our first like 5 or 6 packs have had Foil, Majestic, Legendary. Gotta update the... I guess we should put a box number 2. Box equals 5. This is the 5th box. Can I... Pow. There we go. Just creep that up in that corner. Obviously these aren't... well, you don't know that, but they're not case boxes, so I'm not like thinking of this in case values, like, oh, I got 1 legendary out of a case and a half or whatever. Since these, I don't know where these boxes came from. They were all loose boxes outside of the case on eBay, so I don't know if they came from cases where people got things out of them and sold the rest of the boxes or what. Kind of just took a chance on all this stuff, so. Luring Inducement. Radiant Force Field. And bulk as well. I just want to make sure everybody's clear. If anybody actually needs bulk of a set, like commons or whatever, like there's just certain decks you want to build, and the majority of the commons come out of like a deck or a certain set. I promise you, I would censor. That's a good card. I would be more than happy to give you the deal of a lifetime. If not, in some cases, just have you cover the shipping, and I will just send you it. Or meet locally and you can just have it. I mean, I'm dead serious on most of that, so I would. It's almost to the point where I would pay you to take it on some of these sets. I feel like it's a decent time to just lay that out. When anybody watching this or watching this back can go, oh, I might need bulk of X, Y, or Z. You know, just please take the bulk. The old Luminaris. Not really that good, but that other one. The way it's running though, holy, I don't even think I'm gonna be able to open up all these by like 9 o'clock. I'm not even trying to dawdle. I'm just literally opening packs and moving on type thing, but I'm just thinking of how many boxes I have. I wonder how he opens up so many boxes so fast, dude. That guy, Luke, is like a legend at it. Dude's out there just opening and sorting these things at the speed of sound. I think his last one he had 200 boxes of Part the Misfail. I think he ended up opening 160 or something on stream. Maybe it was 140. Could have been I don't know, just if I have that reversed, but I think there was 9 gold packs in that that amount of odds. So the gold packs are pretty rare. And then obviously within the gold pack you want the cold foil, so the marble, and that's rare as well. So you're kind of batting a low percentage on those. In my 2 cases of Part the Misfill, and then the 3rd case, because I sold it and I watched it open, no gold pack. And so I still have 2 cases behind me. Maybe I get a gold pack out of it. It would be kind of neat, at least to have that like Willy Wonka golden ticket moment. I've looked at a couple on eBay and stuff, and I just don't know if it's worth the risk. It's like a judge pack, but with even worse odds, if that makes any sense. Because like I feel like judge packs, there's quite a few options in some of those judge pack. You know, judge pack 2 or 3, like Art of War, Sink Below, Fate Foreseen kind of things. But man, with those gold packs, it is so hit or miss. Also, really don't like that there's whiting on this corner. I don't know if you can see it. But some of these packs are like already damaged on those back cards, and it makes me nervous because that's where the foils and stuff are going to be. Like they've been rolling around over there. The figment of tenacity. What's up, Justin? Wizard Gang, I don't know about that. I know there's plenty of new wizards, and I'm not saying that I won't be one of them, but I don't know about that. Oh, well, yeah. That's because they look really, really cool, but Aurora looks really cool too. I don't know. They're Shade and Death Hydra. There's going to be a hero that pulls me away. I mean, it's going to happen. I don't want it to happen. That or Dory just LL somehow out of nowhere, which isn't going to happen anytime soon. I don't really care too much about what's his face. I just think that playstyle is going to be kind of whack. Germinate, man. I just hope it doesn't become some weird turtle deck. Or maybe Verdance doesn't become the weird life gain turtle deck. That might actually make it more upsetting. We're going to recap this real quick. So Shaden, Figment, Dig Up Dinner, Censor, Radiant Force Field, Alluring Inducement for a total, was that 6 so far? Lost in Thought, 7, it was foil. Poison Will, 8, it was foil. Scowling Fleshback, Legendary, it's pretty cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, that's 9, so 10. 10 hits out of that Dust Till Dawn, not bad, including the Scowling Fleshback Legendary, which was probably one of the better legendaries we can get. Like, I don't know anything about the Oslo guys, so it's hard to figure it out. Other than I think that's the Lightning Wizard, right? Is that the Lightning Wizard? Yeah, and Verdance is the... Yeah, outside of Traverse. I'll... Yeah, they got what's his face? Taking a sip of water. Oslo's the Lightning Wizard. Verdance is like the Elemental one, right? The Earth one. And then Aurora is the Lightning Runeblade, and then the other one's the Earth Runeblade. I just can't think of that guy's name right now. The one with Germinate. I did not pick up any Stormstriders either. The other Justin was already talking to me about it, and so I feel so underprepared for Wizard Land in that retrospect or regard, or however you want to put it. Yeah, didn't you have the CF? It's gonna be even harder now, but you got that CF Tectonic to trade for, and Tectonic's gonna hold its value. I still think you'll probably get a decent trade in that sense. Like Alpha Welcome to Wraith might be still slightly, I mean probably is still, you know, harder to find than Alpha Arcane Rising. Even though in some cases, like Arcane Rising just has crazier cards than Welcome to Wrath outside of Tunic. Like, something about getting a CNC just... Alpha Foil CNC just feels so crazy. Or a CF Eye of Ophidia. No Majestic so far, so we're starting off cold on these. Oblivion. Okay, that's the Narceth one for Vincent, right? Yeah. There's the other card. I was gonna mention this card earlier when we were talking about speculations, where I'm like, you find a card you don't know what to do with, it'll eventually be good. I don't know about this, because I think Minerva Thamai can only be played in Blitz, as like, because it's a mentor, and you can't have a mentor unless your hero's young. So Morlock Kill is a weird one. I don't necessarily know what LSS was doing with Morlock. Blitz kind of has fallen off a lot lately as like a fundamental format. Feels like nobody really wants to play Blitz when you could play CC. Not saying that Blitz is all bad. It's just that it doesn't seem to be as good or as loved. And it's definitely a little harder to balance Blitz. Some of those games just feel oh so over so quickly. Poison the Well. And see, normally you'd be upset to see that card, but not me. Not today. That's free real estate. I want as many Poison the Wells as I can physically own. Widespread Annihilation. That's the blue one. It is not foil. It is not EA, but it's still a widespread. Lost in Thought. That one's... Don't think there's as much... This still might be decent. I mean, it's hand disruption. You get to go look at your opponent's hand and rip a card from it. You get somebody off of a lower hand. If you lost in Thought a Crouching... is a Crouching Tiger an attack action card? Can you Lost in Thought that out? And then does it actually go to the bottom of the deck? So you make them draw an attack action. You make them draw later on a Crouching Tiger. Because that sounds kind of funny. That actually doesn't seem half bad. Oh, we got the cold foil there. You can see it, right? I think it's a common Radiant Flow piece, though, just judging by that border. It is. Shows you. I opened this shit too much. Okay, yeah, I figured it acted that way. I mean, it doesn't seem like a bad interaction. I mean, it pulls in off of a, in some cases, like a 6 or 7 card hand, and it nixes a Tiger that he's gonna go combo with anyway. For what is it? Leads the tail or whatever. So, just don't know. I mean, like it's illusionist only, but I'm just saying hand disruption I think has a lot of prevalence right now. In the meta, in the Zen defined meta at the moment, because you're not out blocking Zen usually, you're disrupting him and making him unable to keep those large hands, and making him play down to a that was a double Majestic pack. Now that's interesting. Making him play down to your level. We had a foil Luminolance. And an Expendable Limbs. Forgot this was an actual card. Shadow Brute. So kind of a weird double Majestic pack. Nothing in that one. Which here are you, and by here I mean Wizard, are you, hey, a foil Oblivion, are you looking forward to the most, Justin? Or, I mean, is it maybe a Rune Blade? Or are you going full waifu with everybody's new favorite Fab Lady? Which I wouldn't blame you if you did, because Okay. I mean, it seems up your alley. It's Rune Blaze, it's Wizards, it's Arcane, it's sequencing. Uh, it seems to be pretty cool. Dude, Shock Charmers I think are gonna be out of control. Shock Charmers, if you guys can pick them up, it's gonna be really tough. Um, but man, oh man, Shock Charmers I think are about to take flight like they haven't in forever. They are going to be, huh? That was a double cold foil box. Now that is very interesting. I don't normally see that. That's strange. This is the same box we're on, and we got Rugged Roller and Radiant Touch. Damn. Okay, so reiterate. Let's what do they call that? Man, recap. Rugged Roller, Radiant Touch. Sorry, I had to cough. Cold Foils and Numbskull, Oblivion Foil, Luminolance Foil, Expended Limbs, Lost in Thought, Widespread, Poison, Oblivion, Morlock. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 Majestics, 2 Cold Foils. Crazy. Man, rates on this stuff are weird. That just feels high. It feels very high to me. I don't know if I remember getting this many Majestics and Cold Foils. Huh, I don't know. I'm not gonna complain about it. We're just gonna open up cards and move on. Let's move this box out of the way. So far we've done, let me update the box count too, because that's 7 boxes, I believe. Uh, 4 bright lights, and this is the, well, we're on box 7, whatever. This is box 7. Requiem. And please, if you guys need bulk, just or if you know anybody that wants bulk, or you know anybody that's new and wants bulk, or might need bulk, I promise you, I'll figure out a way to get it to you. I just, you'd be doing me a favor at this point. You'd be doing me an immense favor. There are some sets I just don't have a lot of. I just wasn't playing at the time. And then there are some sets where I have too much. Maybe not as much as some people. I guess I shouldn't complain, because I'm sure there's people out there that have a bunch. Oh, look at that Soulbound Resolve. I saw that CF creeping, and it was an L. Not the craziest legendary to get. But I do like it. I think it's a very good chess piece. It isn't the extended art. I think there's an extended art version of this. But it is super duper cool. So, can't even complain. We do love legendaries here. It's a CF legendary. Always excited. Up it to 3. And Banneret of Gallantry. Banneret cards. Most of them are pretty good. Most are playable. I think a few of them are more playable than the others. Spiked Skull. That's the Shadow Brute headpiece. Have you guys already started speculating on the Lightning Wizards? In terms of like cards? I mean, I know there's not a lot to see yet, right? I mean, you don't even know his hero power. But I assume there's probably some Lightning cards from previous time that jump out. Obviously, some people are going crazy for it because Tails has shot through the roof. The actual just set price. But I had a feeling that was going to happen. All rares in that. No way. Double legendary box. Okay, so Diadem of Dream State. Not CF. Not extended art either. But and Blink. Yeah. I was gonna say I hesitated on Step, and I feel bad that I hesitated on Step because it was still moderately priced when I first saw the news. I was so late on it. Like I didn't even think about it. Somebody had already said, "Hey, we're gonna probably see some stuff from the new set at Nats," and I was just like, "Okay," and then I like didn't even think about it. And so I was super late to some of it. You might be right on Blink though. I just like to look at cards that don't inherently get a lot of play, and they seem not like niche or niche, loose, you know, however you want to pronounce it, but they just like Blink seems to be a card that will have its time. Do you know what I mean? And I feel like this is probably a pretty good opportunity. Both widespreads. It's been some crazy boxes. So one foil, one non-foil widespread out of that. So 2 legendaries so far out of this box. Some widespread action going, which these cards are going to go up if Runeblade is good. For various channels, yeah. I'm interested. I'm just interested to see how the Wizards play. If like Verdance would probably be more my style if it's like a value-y centric type of defensive deck, but I just knew that, man, that Lightning dude looks so cool. Just like the art on that card looks amazing. This is a pretty cool set, and it's gonna force me, even if I go down, to just play. Is he really 200 feet tall? Like that's canonical. I guess, and is what I want to say. That's pretty crazy. I don't know how anybody's supposed to fight that thing, unless they just pull the plug. He's like plugged into a generator or some shit. It seems super. Yeah, no, I saw that, which is why one of the comments I think I was reading on Twitter was like, you know, how is Azalea supposed to fight that thing or something? Because like the little small people at the bottom, and I'm thinking, golly, thing's massive. Definitely a really cool set though. I need to figure out. I need to get my trip and stuff set. Make sure I can make it at least to play in the pre-release or whatever of it. It's decently close, so should be easy. I just need to work it around working a weekend type thing. So. But I think it's going to be a really fun set, and definitely out of the comfort zone of what I'm normally played. I've never played a Runeblade or a Wizard, so I might find newfound love really easy. Censor's a good card. I know it's in Florida. I just can't think of the date right now. August, September, something like that. Yeah. But I don't want that to be how that happens, you know? I don't want to I don't want to like never go back. I don't want to be like, oh man, wizard, you know, and never go back to anything else. It's the weekend of September. This little heart icon thing is just crushing my chat. I don't know why. I wish it wasn't even there. Sorry, I had to answer something. Weekend of September 8th. Let me take a look at the calendar. Okay. I mean, it should be pretty easy. I'm sure I could swing that around. Uh-oh. Anyway. Let me not get sidetracked anymore. Let's get back on it. But yeah, no. I don't work weekends, so I'm sure I could figure it out. And it's, like I said, it's a short enough distance where even if I flew, the flight wouldn't be that long. And I'd much prefer, I'd just get there really fast and make sure I leave on time and stuff like that. But that is definitely something I want to do. Go down there and just like learn how to play, like really just get into it and learn the new heroes. Not think about it too much. Even if I don't even play the calling, I think it'd just be fun to play side events and play the new heroes and stuff. There's definitely a weaker box. Oh no, this can't be a weaker box. This is, man, is this box 7 or box 8 now? Box 7. So we just finished box 7. Sensor, Dabble in Darkness. Oh yeah, dude, that's I forgot they're gonna. Yes, no, I have to go because all the Majestics are only gonna get released there, and then once you see those Majestics, you'll know like what the other cards are. Oh, dude, all right, I'm gonna have to. You guys are gonna have to be my like. We have this term when I do like speedrunning and shit. I know this is so random, but it'll all make sense in a second. Where somebody can tell you how far into the run like you are and like what your best time is gonna be. So we call them pace pals. You're like at like X part of the run, and they go, oh, if you do this correctly, you can finish it this time. I need you guys to like look at the Majestics and go, oh, okay, now I know what card is good. Do you know what I mean? As the market goes into chaos, I need somebody to literally tell me, oh no, I know what card clicks now. You know, I need that insight. I need that insider scoop. I need somebody to be my card pal. Alright, Sensor, Dabble, Alluring Inducement, Widespread Destruction, Widespread Annihilation, Foil, Spoiled Skull, Banneret of Gallantry. That's 7 Majestics already. Then we had another Majestic in Requiem of the Damned, and then Foil, Diadem, Rainbow Foil, and Cold Foil. We had a double legend. This box is crazy. Which reminds me, that puts us up to 4 legendaries out of 7 boxes. Sick. And that does it for box 3 of 5 of Dusk Till Dawn. And I guess we'll just finish these out. But yeah, it's going to be, and it's close too. I know there's a lot of people that normally won't go to events and stuff that are probably going to go to this one just because of how close it is. So, definitely got to get there for that reason. Alright, let's continue on. Let's continue zooming through these things. Yeah, I bet you guys do. I mean, if anybody's going to figure it out, it's going to be the, you know, those secret society discords that are like just sitting there like looking at the cards day in and day out just thinking, well, what if? Like, what if we get a card that does this? What if we get a card that does that? So I know, like I said, there's they're in every game. Those heroes seem like Runic Reckoning. It's a pretty good card. I don't know if this card's gonna go up. It might. It's always hard for me in Runeblade cards. I took a quite a gamble on some Runeblade cards before the set announcement. Um, this wasn't one of the ones I speculated heavily on, um, but I had exposure to pretty much everything. And anybody who's just joining, I've said it before, and you guys can go back and find it. But ice cards, I don't know if we're gonna get a secret ice wizard out of this set yet or not. I know a lot of people are like saying yes, saying no. There was a Earth Guardian that kind of squeaked out there. Regardless, I still think you pick your Blizzards, your Channel Lake Frigids, and your Coronet Peaks up. They're just so cheap right now. Maybe not the alternate art Channel Lake Frigids. They're probably cheaper than they were. But Coronet Peaks like at $5 or $6. Okay, it's hand disruption. It's real. I mean, you're hearing it now. Like, I don't want anybody to tell me like, oh, Coronet Peaks $25. I didn't buy it, because I'm telling you right now, just go pick up like 10 or 15. It'll probably be the best $75 you ever spend. It's that simple. I've talked about it before too. Say you're trading for something and all you need is like $5 of value or something like that. You're like, just throw something in for $5. We'll call it a deal. Go grab a Coronet Peak. It's free real estate. Ice will rise again. Figment of Triumph. That's kind of what 90% of speculations are. You either figure out a hero that's going to be meta and you buy those cards up before they go up, or you speculate on things that are out of the meta that are going to come back in eventually. Or you call the next set right. Or you do the thing where you look at the card and you say, well, this has no use yet. You buy them all, because anything that doesn't have a use yet eventually will. Or a new keyword. Again, I just, nobody should have slept on Kindle. Like, nobody. Kindle should have never been a surprise to anybody. I'm just dead serious about it. That card should have been coveted from the second it came out. Oh. Cold foil. What do you think it is? It's a common. Cloak of Darkness. Okay. I just got rid of a Cloak of Darkness and I got one back. So you know what? I like it. I like all cold foils. I'm telling you, they are so cool. I think they're one of the best foilings I've ever seen in a game. They have a very clean aesthetic to them, but they're still oh so shiny and they feel so special. And so even cold foil commons I really, really enjoy. Collectors wise, I'd probably want to have another Widespread Annihilation. Man, that's crazy. All cold foils. Like just, start to finish. Have like a complete cold foil collection. That would be so cool. Might have to start slowly putting that together. Diabolic Offering, foil Majestic. Okay. I've had worse Majestics. It's foil too, which is also nice. Shadow Brute. Levi is not necessarily out of the picture right now. Just a little slow. But Levi's value is great. So I wouldn't sleep too much on Levi. Plus that new card they gave her is crazy. But I tried to talk about this a little earlier. What comes next? So I'm just trying to think of like the trend of sets, right? So since I've been playing, there was the Dynasty, which came after. Did it come after Uprising? I think that's how it went. Uprising, then Dynasty, which is kind of this weird all across the board set. Dynasty was like an Everfest 2.0, in my opinion, where it just kind of had like a bunch of classes in it. Although I think it was Mecha and Assassin related, majority of it. Yeah, there's some Ranger cards too. Then we had came after Dynasty. What am I drawing a blank on this? Was it Outsiders after Dynasty? I'm just trying to think of like where we go next. We're back in Tails, well, part of Tails land, because we're in Rosetta. So we're going back to the elements. Do we get 2 element sets back to back? Just one on Earth and Lightning, and then we get like another, you know, like we do Ice and something else, or War of the Monarchs concludes next year. Okay. I know for sure we're getting another Monarch set, right? Another Shadow and Light. I just don't know if that's the next set. Like, do we get something in between? Is what I'm getting at. Like right now after Rosetta, do they go? They can't go back to Shadow and Light. Dusk Till Dawn just seems so close behind us. Do we get another Pits? Do we get like another kind of weird Outsiders thing? Or do we get like, you know, like I'm trying to figure out where we go. Where do we go from here? Eventually we're going back Shadow and Light for sure. It just seems kind of close. Too close together to the other set to do another Monarch set right now. Oh, let's see here. Dusk Till Dawn, then Bright Lights and Heavy Hitters. So we've had Bright Lights, Heavy Hitters, and Part Themysville, and Rosetta. Maybe not. That is 4 sets. I don't know. It just... That's what I was gonna say. Like, do we get another Uprising set? Is it time? Like, is it already time to like get something like that back in? Another Draconic? Because like Draconic is almost dead at the moment right now, if you think about it, right? It's just Fi. It's Fi and Emperor, but Emperor's not real. Unless you're playing Blitz, but Blitz isn't necessarily real, which is why I'm saying it's not real. So, like, do we need an actual competing Draconic hero in a CC? We kind of do. No, dude, we got... well, Rangers really haven't gotten a standalone, but Rangers just got the Armory, plus they've been getting, like, chip cards. Like, Azalea and, what's-his-face, Riptide, have been getting expansion slot help and the Armory deck help. And then Bolton's getting the Armory deck help. As well, but yeah, we haven't really had a Ranger focused. Another Poison Well. It's crazy how many Poison Well. We haven't had a Ranger focused set. We don't need a Lexi reprint. We don't. We really don't. I mean, I guess because Azalea is close to LL, right? Azalea is decently close to LL, which is partly what keeps me from like selling out to that hero. I feel like Azalea is so close to LL. Was she 500-600 points, or am I just making that up? Feels like she has to be close. Right. Oh, Briar reprint. Okay. Maybe we do. Maybe we go back to Rangers. Mex had Bright Lights though, like just recently, because it was Dusk Till Dawn, so that was part 2, and then it was Heavy Hitters, or Bright Lights and Heavy Hitters, and Part Themysville. So like Illusion Assassinist Ninja, we've had Mech, we've had Runeblade Illusionist, Light Runeblade, Light Warrior, or Dark, Shadow Runeblade, Shadow Brute. I don't know, maybe we get a Ranger set. A Ranger set would be cool. Maybe like a Ranger. What else? Maybe they bring out a new class. I don't know. We do need another Ranger choice though. I would agree with that. Poison the Well, Beckoning Light, Diabolic Offering, Widespread, Annihilation, Coldfoil's Cloak of Darkness, Figment of Triumph, Moon of Reckoning, Slytherin Shadowpeak. So this is a low roll on the box, but we've had some pretty crazy boxes before that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Only 7 Majestics on this box. with the cold foil compared to like the 9 and 10 we gotten on the other ones. So puts us to box 8. And this is the last box at Dusk Till Dawn. Maybe we can get a artist card out of it. Would be kind of nice. But this is just where like the basis of these speculations come from. I mean, obviously, I think there's cards you can just look at and say, well, you know, that all you got's got to be still super low right now. Last I checked, it was what, like $5 or $6. That card, when it's in the meta, it goes up to like 20. I feel like it's always safe to have that card on hand. Do you need to buy 400 copies of it? Probably not. But those cards are safe bets. There's cards that just go up when the meta demands cards of that nature, and then they fall back down. It's just not a very good that all you got meta right now, which is kind of weird. You'd think it would be like okay, but I guess not a lot's coming in for the low breakpoints. I mean, is it that bad against Zen? I feel like Zen has a lot of things that come in for that two threshold, like the Crouching Tigers, but usually they get buffed up. I guess that's the problem with it. It just feels like it would be pretty good. I mean, new daggers get blocked out for free. Most assassin daggers do too. Maybe it's just not something you want to waste a D-React slot on. It's a very interesting card, but it does offer hand replacement. When dual-wield warriors were really hot, obviously it was spiking up there for a while, but dual warrior is just really bad right now. Dory's not playing dual-wield, and I mean, Kasai's not necessarily real. It's just the decks are too slow and way too fair. Who cares how long you're amassing copper if you're dead in 4 turns? And who cares how much value you're getting out of Dynamo when you don't get to use it? Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what I'm talking it out, right? You know, like I'm trying to feel it. It was really good in that like inner period meta where dual warrior was rampant and all get out, because like assassin was still there too, so you felt okay with blocking the daggers, foil funeral moon, and replacing a card because at least you block the on hit poke, and you get to fair block the hatchet, the first hatchet on 2, so you usually get to because the first hatchet was never going to gain attack value anyway. It was almost always just getting A reacted to give go again. And then the second hatchet would do the damage. So you felt pretty good either way. But that's why I said it's one of those cards where I'm not even upset that I have a bunch of them. It's just, it's like Hold the Line, right? Hold the Line eventually will go back down when the meta doesn't have a bunch of things drawing cards. And Balance of Justice will find that shift too, when you don't need to run that headpiece, because it just, I don't know. It also feels like they're just printing more and more card draw heroes, so maybe we don't get to go away from those metas. But I think it's Brute and Art of War champion a lot of that right now. How do you guys feel about the current meta? I mean, while we're on the subject here of Mr. Zen himself, I liken that deck to Red Deck Wins in MTG. If anybody's familiar with Magic, I mean, it's I consider Zen to be most people will tell me he's still mid-range, but I'm just letting you know he's a quintessential aggro hero. I mean, I know he plays kind of off what the hand tells him to do, but you're pedal to the metal playing Zen. Yeah. It feels like one of those heroes where there's just not enough tools in place right now to slow him down. Shroud of Darkness is our cold foil. Wish there was just a few more tools to slow some of his burst down. But not every hero gets to disrupt his hand as well as other heroes can to make him have to play off of these massive hands. And I know there's some shenanigans with just not swinging, so you can't blow up the armor and stuff. But you're playing such a weird game, and his strategy is literally just get proper cards and blow your home up. So it's a feels bad, and that damage output is just crazy. I mean, I know he's got some bad matchups, but the bad matchups that he has aren't necessarily good into other parts of the field, which is every card game. But it's it does feel rough. It's almost like we're in a either play what beats it or or you know, play something 50-50 into it or join them kind of a thing. And I don't really like the whole play it or join it type thing. It's really equivalent to Lexi. Not the same style, but that feeling, right? That feeling of, well, Lexi's the top deck, and there's better odds. I mean, it's a competitive game. You play what's going to win. I'm not telling you not to play Zen. It kind of narrows the scope down. We don't need to be too wide of a meta, but definitely want it to be more than just Zen slapping around. How's the Zen KO matchup? I don't play either one, so for me it's I can only like think about it in paper. Whether or not KO and Zen have a decent matchup with each other, or if one of them. No, Zen KO, like Brute. Is that even at all? Like, does KO have a chance, or does KO just lose because KO can't physically block, and Zen just doesn't care about the damage? Because, like, let me tell you, KO almost doesn't want to block. I guess he can block, but, like, let's be real. Okay, that seems pretty likely. Huh, another double cold foil box. What the heck? That's so weird. So we had Shroud of Darkness, now we have Radiant. Huh. Hey, Surgical! There we go. That's a cool Majestic to end it off with. High price too right now at the moment, so that feels pretty good. So finishing up on Bright Lights, we had a Surgical, Cold Foil Radiant, Prayer of Bologna, Requiem of the Damned, Cold Foil Shroud of Darkness, Banner of Gallantry, Foil Funeral Moon, and Widespread Destruction for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Only 6 Majestics. Wow, that felt really low. They were like the boxes ratios were all over the place, but that's okay. We had a couple legendaries out of the span. 3 legendaries actually out of the 5 boxes of Dusk Till Dawn. So not going to complain. We only had 1 legendary out of the 4 boxes of Bright Lights. Let's move on to, speaking of it, let's do some tails. I've got some unlimited tails and a couple of first edition tails boxes, so we'll do some UNL first, and then we'll move into the first editions. We'll just move those aside. What else? I mean, what else is a bad Zen matchup? And, like, what do you think they could hit from Zen if they're going to hit anything to slow him down or not? Like, you know, is it something that they try and wait and fix in a Rosetta expansion slot to give other heroes or a generic answer to it. It just seems rough. There just doesn't seem to be like not a one-fits-all solution for handling Zen, but just something to help decks not get absolutely manhandled. I mean, I just obviously some decks are going to flourish in metas and some decks aren't, and so I'm not even trying to think about this from like a Dory standpoint either, because I just know the deck is super outclassed at the moment. Just in a more widespread. Where did the shoes come out of? Is that the one from the round the table? Not, and man, these cards are going to be super new to me too. I had not opened much tails at all. Oh, and the rares are in the middle, okay. Other tokens in this set? Sort of. That's okay though. We'll just, I don't have very many of these, so. Ah. Yeah, I have some actual ones from this set. I don't own a New Horizons. Yes, that's what a lot of people. That's what I've heard a lot of. Obviously, banishing the tiger to Art of War has been like the like that's the play. Yeah, Tails is just not a set I've opened a lot of. There was just no reason to. Briar was on the outswing. Like I guess there was because there was still Oldhim and Briar at the time I started playing. I just never bought much of it at all. Then they phased out, and I've been slowly picking some up. Flash Freeze is our Majestic. But I've always wanted a New Horizons, and so like I've bought in some of this set just to kind of. That sounds so weird, like just go buy a New Horizons, but I don't know. I couldn't bring myself to do it. So instead I just bought boxes. But now we have a reason to buy this set, because whoa, lo and behold. Yes, creepers as well. I do own quite a few pairs of creepers though. I was prepared. I was trying to prepare for the Runeblade apocalypse. But lots of cool cards in this set. Legendaries are also pretty cool. Obviously, there's some misses, but Shock Charmers would be super cool. Spellbound Creepers, New Horizons. I don't even think Rampart would necessarily be bad. Stalagmite I'd kind of be upset with, but I don't think... Is Stalagmite in this set or Stalagmite Everfest? I want to say Stalagmite's Everfest, but... That's just because I've only ever seen it in cold foil. I think Everfest only comes in first edition, so... Force of Nature? Yeah, I know that card. Stalag is Everfest, yeah. Yeah, Stalagmite's gonna come back with a reckoning too. Whenever an Ice Hero can come back and abuse that, for sure. I wonder if we get it, man. I wonder if we get a Briar reprint. That would be crazy. Maybe it's just too soon. Cracker Jacks. Sick tech card. Then, oh yeah, I forgot Verdance is actually taking the Briar spot, probably like just out of, well, but Verdance is a wizard. Right? Isn't Verdance the wizard? Yeah. Pulse of Candlehold. Amulet of Ice. Foil. Yeah. Oh yeah. It would be kind of cool to see if they brought Briar back. Like they just snuck it in at the end. Awakening. Hey, that card. That really silly card. That's so crazy, dude. Yeah, every time I read this card, I just can't believe it actually got printed. Art of War, man, it's such a strong card, but it has a drawback to it. I mean, it's not necessarily free real estate, even though I call it free real estate, because, you know, you have to banish something to it. And you have to pitch something to play it, or obviously off Tunic, right? But even off Tunic, you give up the Art of War in your hand and a card, so you're not going card positive per se. I mean, you kind of are in a way, but there's just too many good plays with Art of War. I just wouldn't want to see it go. There's good defensive plays with it. Like, cards like that are so unique and universal. Like, they're just so cool. I mean, Art of War is like that quintessential aggro defining piece, but it's also that, oh, I just saved myself with a defensive Art of War too, kind of a thing. I just feel like it has such good uses. Even though it is really, really strong in some decks. I think it's got a good enough drawback to it to not have to ban it or suspend it, I guess. Plus, you'd be hitting things other than Zen too. I mean, I think you just hit Zen. If Zen's the problem, you just hit something for Zen. Yeah, these cards are so cool. I think I'm gonna be able to play like Tails. It's gonna be neat. Be playing all elemental heroes and having to figure out these sweet, sweet Earth cards. Tear Asunder foil. Oh man, I forgot that came out of this set. That's so cool. I've actually never even owned one of these. I just haven't bought any of these set. Like maybe a few packs or like a box of this set. That's cool. So what are we at so far? 5 Majestics? Okay. Tear Asunder though. Well, that's a blue. Exposed to the elements. Not entirely sure what that card even does. Oh, that's equipment hate. Oh, Bolton Shot comes out of this set. Oh, okay, okay. Last pack of this box of Unlimited. No. No tray, no feet. Light it up. Not even legal. Yeah, I feel like equipment hate is just super hit or miss though, right? Because like it's beyond meta. Bought out what? Dude, there's like a heart icon that literally blocks the lower right hand chat. I couldn't even begin to tell you why it's here. I can't get rid of it on YouTube. It's like I guess I can throw like a heart in chat or some shit. And like it's super convenient. Don't get me wrong, YouTube. But it's also literally smack in the middle of. Oh, blink. Is that what I'm reading? Like half of that word is cut off. Okay, it's blink. Yeah, I mean we could have told. I could have told you. Like it's funny that we're here having this talk about the market, and somebody buys out all the blinks, but that's gonna happen. So your next best resource, and then actually this is another like little insider thing. I mean, I guess it's not really. It should just be self-explanatory, but if tcgplayer, right, is completely bought out, like you start seeing it, right? Like let's say news is traveling, such and such just got revealed. Oh my God! You go to tcgplayer, everything spiked. Go to eBay. Most things trend way later on eBay than they do on TCG. Not all the time, but that's when you go to eBay. And if I wasn't streaming right now, although man, you're making me really want to go over there now and look at eBay because I don't want to be behind on this. I don't want to spend any more on cards at the moment. But at the same time, it's like if you're gonna tell me that blinks are completely bought out after we just had this conversation, you know what I mean? Like what else could I do but go here and try and find blinks? I feel like this is you doing this to me. I don't want to do this. But you're making me do this. You are making me go you are making me go to eBay right now and check it. And I'm doing this in real time. I could switch the screen over, but then people are gonna buy my blinks out from under me. And there aren't that many blinks on eBay, but I I'm sitting here shopping for blinks on eBay. See, but this is, I'm glad you, dude, Andrew, this is how crazy the market is, right? It doesn't matter if the card's real or not. That the fab is such a wacky, meta-driven like community where the second something like has any inclination or inkling that it's going to be good, the card automatically shoots through the roof no matter what. Like it doesn't matter if it's good, bad, upside down, left, right, whatever. You know what I mean? Like it just doesn't matter. Like look at Poison the Well. Although I honestly think that's going to be a real card. Cards just spike for no reason. Like they just shoot through the roof. People say one thing, people see something, people make a hint at it. I'll give you the best case example. Do you remember when I was gonna buy as many as I could, Trey? I'm not gonna lie. There's still some on TCG Player. Oh no, what do you mean? They're not bought out. Now they definitely went up, but like not by crazy margins. There's quite a few blinks on TCG Player. They're just what are they? $1.75 a piece right now. $1.96 a piece. That's not that bad. They're like $2. There's tons. There's a metric ton of them on TCG Player. Nobody has to panic yet. In fact, if you actually thought Blink was a good card, there's literally a guy here, this Fab Plus MTG guy. You could buy all 12, get free shipping at $1.96 a card. Yeah, you probably had a filter on. And like it definitely went up. Don't get me wrong. It was a 25-cent card, and now it's a $2 card, right? So, I mean, like, I don't even think that that's that bad of a speculation. There's a guy selling 12 of them. You can get free shipping on it. And if you really wanted to spec on Blink, I'd spec on that way. That's what, $24 because you're getting free shipping. You got 4 play sets of them. If they go up to like $5 or $6 a card, you feel pretty good about it. Anyway, expose the elements, foil tear asunder, pulse the candle hold, flash freeze, awakening, light it up, and force the nature. So, very weird majestic spread. Some of these aren't even playable. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 majestics though. And we'll move on to the next one, which is here somewhere. This would be box number, let's see here, that was 5, 4, 9, 10. So we're on box 11 right now. No, we're on box 11. We're good. We're good. Yes. So once we get, this is why we're still in this weird interim period where there's still a chance to speculate on these heroes, right? You just have to be very careful what you speculate on. So personally speaking, Blink might not be a real card, but it's not that big of a risk. This is how I view the speculation, right? It's a $24, whatever. If you do that, guys, $2 buys or whatever. Say $24 speculation for what, a ceiling that is probably like $10 a card if Blink actually becomes real, like, or maybe even more. And that's how I view these speculations. You have to view what the floor is, how high you think the ceiling is going to be, and you roll with it. I mean, look at Tidemaw. Whether or not you think Tidemaw is a real card, it doesn't matter. It's what, like, it's, think of what you paid for the Tidemaws and what they are now. Right? Like what are Tidemaws right now? They're probably still insane. And I still have so many Tidemaws I have to get rid of. How much are they? They're $40. They're $32 a card right now. 32. I know I have to unload those. I know, I know. Why do you think we're doing this entire this entire stream has literally forced me to open product to then go put things on tcgplayer and actually like unhide my store and open it again. Because it's been I have literally not had my store open on tcgplayer for a while because I've been traveling. And I need to like refix the prices. So this was all designed where I was like, oh, holy crap, I have too much product, I have too many cards, they're not on TCGplayer. We got to open up packs, we got to sort things, we got to put things up on the market. And so we need to pick up speed to get through some more of these boxes. I kind of sitting sidetracked, but that was the whole idea of this. They've made me leave it at the door one time too at a sporting event. Oh, look at that! What the heck? A double. So this is kind of neat. It's a double majestic, although they're the same majestics that we had before, Awakening and Lighted Up, and neither one of them is playable. Not a single one of them is playable right now. If anybody wants Tide Mods that are a really nice price, though, you just let me know. I can help you out. You can help me out. It's a win-win. Nothing there. Definitely a win-win. Oh, Ice Storm. Whoa, Oaken. Double Majestics again. What the heck? It's so weird. Oaken Old and Ice Storm. Are these all KMC hearts? Okay, I'm gonna switch sleeves. I don't really like sleeving in these. They just take too long to put on. What are these? These side loaders? These are side loaders. That's fine. Depending on what pack it is, yeah, and I'd snip a pack in half for $20. There's a way better chance that I make less than $20 than make more than $20. I mean, granted, though, the one time I do this, it'll probably be the card I want. Yeah, you PayPal me first, bud. I know your game. Hey, Blizzard. Now that's a card we were talking about earlier. Safer speculations, I promise. Just go get your Blizzards, your Channel Lake Fridges, and your Coronet Peaks. Like, don't even worry about it. Just pick them up. You pick up those Blizzards, those Channel Lakes, you'll be fine. That's free real estate, in my opinion. Absolutely free. Ice is going to come back with a vengeance. That we know of. Bolton shot. Man, red Bolton shot must be like just hard to get because it's a rare, and it's probably not even like a high printed rare. And I still think I need a few of them to help finish Azalea. We never did touch on it. Does anybody know what the LL points are? I could look it up. Obviously, I'm sitting right in front of a computer. But what the LL points for Azalea are? I don't know if it necessarily really is going to sway me off of playing it, since Dory is just absolutely useless right now. Although I feel like, dude, I feel so bad about just not playing the hero because that's bad. It just like that's what you should do in a card game. You should just play whatever deck's winning, but something just feels so wrong. So wrong about that. Another Bolton shot, but not red. Man, we need to see a red Bolton shot. Come on. 608. Man, dude, it's pretty up there. That new armory stuff is pretty cool. I don't know if it's necessarily, hey, Winter's Whale, gonna just tip her over the edge. Those boots probably will. I know the headpiece looks kind of whack. I don't think the headpiece was made with her in mind. The other card is neat. It's a yellow. Yes, it costs 1, but it blocks 3. Does some cool things. It's it's those boots that haven't been revealed yet that have me thinking. Like, I don't want her to. Obviously, they don't want to give her too much crazy stuff. She'll just zoom to LL, but they definitely are trying to give her new toys. A lot of people said that. A lot of people said this is more Riptide help than hey, Toma Harvest than it was for Azalea. This card is going to be good. Everybody likes drawing cards. And if Toma Harvest comes back into the meta, it means Hold the Line still works. Yay! I love a happy ending. Yeah, I kind of like the Sandscour Great Bow Azalea. Hey, speaking of the card, we got a blink. Look at that. There it is, the card that's going to ruin everything. Gain that action point. At $30 in a month. That is literally how it works. $2 now, $30 later. When somebody finally breaks it and says, no, Blink is that guy. I'm gonna have to soft speculate on Blink. I don't think there's any way around it. I'm not gonna go crazy on it, but I'm gonna probably soft speculate on it. Maybe like 15, 16 copies. Seems pretty reasonable. At least have a playset for yourself. Above everything, right? At least make sure you have a playset. The last thing you want is for a card to become relevant and you just don't have a playset of it at all or anything like that. Like that's not where you want to be. Cracked bobble. Hey, there's a red Bolton shot. I'm actually going to set that aside. I don't want to go digging back later for it. That red Bolton shot I consider to be expensive. Triples is best. So I'm glad you brought it. Like income should be taken into consideration, obviously, right? Like you don't want to go spending a bunch of money. That's what I'm saying. You're not spending your life savings on this. But think about it. Blink was 25 cents. Poison the Well was 30 cents, right? It's literally about looking at cards that are absolutely dirt cheap that have absolutely zero playability, right? Coronet's a little different because it's still like a $7 legendary and nobody wants to spend like $75 willy-nilly on 15 Coronet peaks, and then you're like, well, one day it'll be good. You know, obviously, if you don't have that type of income, you know, you just don't do it. But there are some 30-cent cards. There are cards under $1. I mean, Poison the Well, Blink. What was another card that was like dirt cheap and then finally just shot up? Just recently, that is. Because there have been others. Oh, the Tiger cards. Obviously, you just kind of had to sound that one out, which is not the easiest thing to sound out. That was more retroactive. But like, think about it. There's going to be a card that comes out of this new set, right? There's going to be some card, and everybody's going to look at it and go, huh, well, that doesn't do anything. And that card's going to fall to whatever, 10, 20 cents. And that's what you want. It's those cards. And then you just sit on them for a while. It's a slow process. It's not guaranteed. Or well, one, it really isn't guaranteed, but it's also not going to be like an overnight thing. You're definitely going to have to sit on them for a minute. I mean, it's like with anything. It's like the tail set as a whole, right? The set was useless. The set was $190 for a whole case, and now it's $300 plus. So the cards have been sitting in the most useless state for the longest time. But there are speculations you can do with the low money. We're talking super low money. So you just kind of pick your pay range. But maybe you get like $50, $60 you set aside every paycheck or something for speculations. You can probably get quite a few speculated cards with just that little bit of money. You target them correctly. You buy them either really cheap off a tcgplayer or locally, or through the Facebook Marketplace. Sometimes vendors have a ton of them, right? And you're just like, hey, I see you have like 15 copies of this. Like, would you mind selling them to me for this? Work something out. But that's how you're going to get those absolutely just insane margins when the cards do go up. And obviously, they're not going to happen every time. You know, it's like you're not going to always sound out that perfect card. Majority of the times, I'm playing catch up when I speculate. It's like something has happened where it's like, oh no, I think of the card, and I'm just like running to figure out if I can get that card before it shoots up. So there's only been a couple where I've been like really like far ahead of it, where they, you know, I got them at like less than $1, but it does happen. Blink, Tomo Harvest, Blizzard, Winter Whale, Awakening, Lighted Up Foil, Oaken Old Foil, and Ice Storm. So still some unplayable cards, but some cool ones. Again, this set's just really neat for me to open. The money back in this set is going to be extremely skewed. Most of these cards are banned and or unplayable at the moment. And we haven't really hit any of the cards that I would consider to be like the money card. So now we're on first edition Tales. But I wouldn't think of this as like something you dump a ton of income into. It's not meant to be that. It shouldn't be that. Unless you just have a bunch of disposable income. And you can always do it with trades too. So there's, you know, in fact, trading sometimes feels better. So you trade a card that's currently high, right? Like, let's say you have a card that's really meta defined right now, and it's super high. You've got an extra place at a hold the lines, right? And you're like, man, these hold the lines are you know, they're hot right now. Well, hold the line's not always going to be hot. And so you can trade them while they're high for something that's super low. And then that card that's super low eventually has a higher ceiling than those hold the lines. You see what I'm saying? You can do that too. That is another really good way of getting into this without actually having to spend any money. And people will be willing to do that. They'll probably give you a really good deal because they'll realize that the card you're trading for, you'll be like, oh, you want to trade for that? Okay. Like, imagine if somebody, you know, you say you want all their Coronet Peaks. They're going to be so confused. But I think it's actually wise. So look at it in that sense too. It definitely doesn't have to be all income related, and you can come out and dictate those trading terms as well. And I have made some really favorable trades that way, and like on purpose too. Like, I have purposely taken Construct Nitroid Mechanoids and stuff knowing that one day that card will be good again. I don't even have to worry about it, because when the cards were first coming out, oh, these don't have the rippable things. We're gonna have to do it this way. When those cards first came out, right? I saw how high, like this, the thought process. Bright Lights got announced. I saw how high the Construct Nitroid Mechanoids shot up to, right? And so now they all went back down. And so if I can go trade for Rainbow Foil and Cold Foil and Marvel Nitros at like 125, 135 for the Marvels, and like 15, 20 for the RFs, whatever, I know the ceiling on those cards is 30, 40 for the Rainbow Foils and over $200 for the, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's there. It's hidden value. You just make the low trade now for the profit later. That's fab. You always have to trade at the high, and you know, whatever you're trading at your peak for cards down here, and hoping those cards come up higher than the other cards. And like, that's the risk assessment. Unless you're paying straight cash across for it, and then it's just a value. Like, it's just a value game. But if Endless Winter Foil, if you're doing the trades for it, you definitely want to make sure that the card that you have isn't going to potentially go higher, and when it goes down low, you know what I mean? Like, you want it to be right at its ceiling if you're trading. And the card down here needs to either meet or beat it. And in most cases, you'll find the cards that you usually trade for meet or beat it. But it does take a while. This is like, I've had to sit on some of these cards for so long. And I'm still sitting on some of the cards. Like, do you have certain trades that you want? Like, are there certain cards you're looking for? Do you know what I mean? Like, obviously, you've already stressed, like, I'm not gonna make you pay for cards. You know what I mean? Like, if there's, you know what I mean? Like, if there's cards that you want to trade for and you have trades for, I'm not gonna tell you, like, you must buy cards for me, kind of a thing. So, like, I love, hey, foil CMH. Now we're cooking. It was just waiting for the first edition boxes. Whoo! All right. See, now we're starting to get into it. Oh, well, yeah. You should let me take a look at that list when you're done putting it together. But if there is anything you do need, or like may want or whatever, I'd be more than happy to help you out and stuff. Frostlock. Come on, legendary. We haven't had a legendary so far. I'm hoping we get the legendary in this on the first dead stuff. Hey, no worries. I really appreciate you stopping by. If you need anything, or anything like that, you just reach out, man. Whether it's card related, market related, whatever, dude. I promise I'll help you find it. Thank you so much, man. Have a good rest of your Sunday with the family, man. Thanks for stopping in. And thank you guys for liking and stuff the YouTube. I know we don't really go live a lot. We need to do more gameplays. I mean, I probably just need to go lose on Talishar, and you guys can watch like the 86,000 misplays I do. Either when I'm gonna try to learn Azalea here, like really learn it, or convince myself that Dory's still a real deck, and try and play that into the current meta. So either way, it's gonna be really exciting and fun. Blossoming Spellblade. I've never even heard of this card. Oh man, this camera is so whack because of all the movement. You'd think it would just like autofocus correctly, but anyway. Let's fuse against when it steals damage. Huh. Doesn't seem bad, but it's just like a damn Yu-Gi-Oh card. It's got so much text on it. But again, like I was saying, the likes really matter. Subs and stuff like that, it's always appreciative. And then we definitely need to be putting more plays and stuff like that. I mean, I can open up packs all day and talk to you guys all day about money and flesh and blood, but it's a competitive card game, and at some point we got to get the gameplay going. It would be nice to see if we could work out a stream schedule where each one of us streams on one day of the week. At least going forward. I mean, even if it's only for like a couple hours each day, it just gets people. One, it gets me playing Talishar again, which I need to play more Flesh and Blood. I just haven't had time, and then when I've had time, I've been just laying around, and so it's not good. I mean, I can buy and sell this shit all day, but I gotta play it. So definitely gotta take the initiative on that. Go stream on like Wednesdays and crash Nathan and just queue up against him all day on Talishar. Force him to play crappy Dory matchups. So I'm assuming we're guaranteed a cold foil since it's first edition. Again, I'm not super familiar with this, so I don't necessarily know how hey Blizzard, how this works. But I'm going to assume we should get a cold foil. Out of every box. Where did that configure video go? What if I take that away? Does that do anything? No, see, I don't even like that. It's just... Hold on, it's going to go away for just 1 second. Does that change it at all? I don't know. We're going to leave it at that. Because that way I don't have to worry about it unfocusing and focusing so much when I move. Now there's just no focus on it. I'll either bring the card up to look at it or not. I've been going back and forth with the autofocus and not autofocus. The setup's not the greatest. I'm trying to be as professional as I possibly can be with it, but I probably need to get another camera. You guys can't see me, which is probably for the best though, because I've got like a minefield in the background of just cards and stuff. So it's not the most appealing background in the world right now. Just boxes of cards. Sorry about that. I had to slide away. No, not a red bolt shop. But it will get better. I definitely think we should be working though on the gameplay. I'll help them get their streaming stuff set up. One of them has it set up. Just need to get the other one to get it set up and get us doing Talishar. Some big old theory crafting on Warrior. Oh man, but I just don't know what Warrior's gonna do. It's just not fast enough for Zen. Like I would much rather play into Enigma, I think, at this point with Dory than I would Zen. I don't even like. Is it unbeatable? Probably not, but Dory has not had very good conversion lately. It plays well into like KO. It's probably okay into Azalea if you're on Dawnblade. I'm starting to think of the main decks. Pretty much batting the same game between Prism and Enigma in terms of prevention. With Enigma probably being a little easier just because you get to swing face and there's not a bunch of auras. Speaking of cold foil, there it is. This rotten old buckler. Just a block 1 blade break. Just a cute little block 1. Kind of neat. But Dory's just too fair and not fast enough. And I feel like if you're gonna play like kind of a Dory-esque hero that not necessarily was faster, but just was more impactful and more disruptive, you just play New. New plays like a warrior assassin. So kind of feel like New is the better Dory, if that makes any sense. You have actual on hits. You have the same kind of gimmicky mind game attack reactions where you just throw a 1-cost card and they have to worry whether, you know, it's going to like 900 or not. So you're definitely doing the mind games, and there's relevant on hits. Definitely feels more comfy in that corner than Dorinthia straight up Dawnblade. And I think hatchets are just dead. Just dead at the moment. Just not real. So either gonna be learning that sweet Azalea gameplay. Hey, another red bolt shot. I'm gonna pull that aside. Don't know if I need it, but again, I don't want to go fishing for it. No legendary on that, so that finishes that first box of first edition Tales. We did get a Winter's Wail, Rotten Old Buckler, Force of Nature, Blizzard, Light It Up, Blossoming Spellblade, a Frostlock, such a cool card, CMH foil, and an Endless Winter foil. So, Oldhim specialization, not necessarily doing anything for us. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 Majestics. Much better. Much better than that last box. Let me clean up this, and then we will get to the last box of Tales. I want to make sure that I get through. 4 hours has gone past way faster than I thought. And so if anybody actually wants to like look at tcgplayer or eBay that's here, that maybe doesn't have any idea how to sell on those, has no idea like what does it look like, what does the seller dashboard look like how easy is it or whatever, I can leave some time to do that. I also want to open some of the new set since it's fresh, it's new, it's hip. It's got badass meta heroes and traverse alternate arts and some really cool stuff. So, but I also want to open up some Dynasty. So we're going to speed through this. I'll open up a couple boxes of Dynasty, and I'll make sure I leave time to open up some cases of Part the Misfail. I have some heavy hitters. I have, like right now, I have Dynasty heavy hitters, Outsiders, a couple, Part the Misfail 2 cases, and then like a little leftover of Monarch Welcome to Wrath, and some more Tales. But I think we've seen enough Tales after this. And Dynasty is like a pet set of mine. I have to open up some of it. I don't have to open up all of it. I won't bore everybody with it. But we'll get through a couple boxes of Dynasty, and then for sure we're going to open up some Part the Misfail. And again, if anybody wants to see like tcgplayer or whatnot, or maybe you have no idea how to sell on it, we could do that. I'll also show you guys just how I do eBay. Like how every day I go through and I search Flesh and Blood on eBay, and I literally segment it as time ending soonest, and I look at auctions, and I just scroll down and I just wish list everything that I want. You know, like I'm like, oh, you know, that's at 99 cents. You know, you'd be surprised what you can snag on eBay under market value. It's just tcgplayer has taken all of the traffic, right? So you have to think about it. only certain amount of people are going to be sitting on eBay looking for Flesh and Blood cards, and then of those people, you have to literally be on eBay at that time to like finalize the bid, you know, like to really bid on it. So it's not always that way, because I've seen some things sell for like higher than tcgplayer on eBay. So I'm not going to tell you it's like the one-stop shop, but I have gotten some insane deals on eBay. Just sitting there bidding. You know, it's not like one of those bid sites either. You know, I mean, it's just people just put things up for 99 cents and they let them rip. So you got to be careful. And I'll show you some listings that look like there are some things on eBay that are going to look way too good to be true, and it's because the cards are fake. Okay, and they come from sellers that aren't super duper obvious, and but you need to be looking at that feedback score, and you need to be reading it, especially when it comes to TCG sellers. I'm not telling you that all TCG sellers on eBay are shifty, but there are definitely a couple, and I see the same names over and over again, and like the cards they look fake. Okay, like they look fake to begin with off the rip, but then like the prices these things are sitting at, like they're just not real. Like there's no way foil CNCs are going for $60. Okay, just I want you to understand that that's not real. And I do report them. I mean, whether or not eBay does anything is beyond me, but I do report them, and I've told you guys about them on. Hey, there's a Channel Thunder Step. I was wondering if we were going to see one of those. And I do talk about them on the weekly podcast as well sometimes. But if that guy is selling cards, I will literally show you. He always sells it in like a string of 6 to 7 or 8. They're usually like higher priced cards, and they're all together in the same listings, and the guy's got like 80-something% positive feedback, and you just go read the feedback, right? Like, first of all, 80% feedback is insanely low. You might think that that's like a B or something. You're like, oh, that's... Ooh, look at that Pulsive Volthaven. CF. Man, out of nowhere. That's so fucking cool, dude. Never even seen these cards, man. Alright, I forgot Tails has all these cool cold foils you can get. You may only have one. Your next lightning... Damn, and it's an instant? So couldn't you creeper that for an attack, or for an attack action, for an action point? Because it's instant? Damn. Alright, maybe this is the box. But like I was saying, 80% feedback is actually tremendously low. Like that's insanely low. 88, like all that's crazy low. It is so hard to lose feedback on a selling TCG cards. Like you'd think it would be easy. You're just like, people are just scoring you. They're like, that card doesn't look near mint. I'm telling you, anybody who has that low of feedback, go read those comments. Something else is up. And that's how you find it too. Plus, just look at the cards. But I've seen people who have bought fake cards. I myself bought cards off of a buddy who bought them off of eBay, and now it's no surprise now, because I've seen how rampant it is, that he had fake cards. You know what I mean? Like, and they were CNCs too. They were foil CNCs. And they look awful. I mean, now like looking back at them and stuff, it's like they are so not real. They're just very, very poorly done. But you got to be careful, because I'm telling you to go look at eBay for a good deal, and you're going to go on eBay and be like, oh, I found this good deal, and Toma Harvest, and it's going to be the wrong kind of a deal. It's going to be a deal, all right, but you're going to be in the net negative, and that person's making up all that money, and they're not going to give you your money back, most likely. So don't find yourself that way. You'll see it though. Look for those sellers with positive feedback. Even check their score. Like, make sure that people who are buying TCG cards from them are saying like real things about the cards. And that's just a practice that I do all the time. I say, okay, this person is selling a a fabled, cold foil Light of Soul, and I'm like, man, like it's about to sell, and it's at like 150. I'm like, dang, that's a pretty good price. It's usually like 190 or something on TCGplayer, for instance, right? And I'm just like, okay, let me go check their feedback, and I'm like, oh, okay, 99.8. I go check their history. Oh, they sell a lot of Magic, they sell a lot of this. Everything seems to be on the up and up. Granted, could you still get cheated that way? Sure, but I mean, less likely. Less likely with somebody who's doing it like that and is knowing what they're doing versus the 80% feedback score user who, when you go read their comments, everybody from all other card games are saying they sell fake cards. So it's just a word of the wise. I mean, it should, like, you'd think it'd be self-explanatory, but I promise you, I know there are people who are just looking for that deal, and they're like, these are expensive cards. Nobody wants to pay that much for CNCs. I get it. But it's much better to buy a white border CNC for 75 or 80 bucks and have it be real than get your like steal on, these foil CNCs where you're like, oh, I've just made a bunch of money and realize they're fake. It's going to feel really bad. I don't do this, by the way. I guess it's a decent time to talk about this. All these comments, especially from foils, right? Foil rares, foil commons. If you are serious about doing a singles store, you need to set up all your commons, all your rares, at least foil commons and at least foil rares. But I'm talking like actual playable commons too. I'm just thinking back to when Bright Lights first came out and T-Bones were literally getting bought up like hotcakes, right? Like people could not keep T-Bones on the shelves. So you had common red and blue T-Bones going for like 30-40 cents a piece. And like you're thinking that's not that much, but most people on TCGplayer are buying from you like for a set card, and they want that $5 minimum for free shipping if you offer it, which in most cases when you get up to that seller level, you're probably going to offer free shipping over a certain amount. I usually offer 99 cents. I don't know if I have the ability to set free shipping. If it were up to me, I would just never charge for shipping. I don't like to. I would much rather just ship it the way I want to and bake the shipping cost into the card price that I'm comfortable with. So if I sell a Tide Moth for $32, I'll just ship it with the $32. Like I'm cool with that. But TCGplayer has a thing where I don't think you can give them just no shipping. There has to be like a clause. And so that's where that comes in, right? Because if somebody wants to buy like a $2 or $3 card from you, but they can't get free shipping, they need things to kind of piece together. And so those commons are how they piece together that $5. And you start unloading your commons and your bulk and stuff. I need to sort it. I should be doing it. This is a practice what I preach rather than what I do kind of a thing. I'm just gonna let you guys in on a secret that I'm just super lazy when it comes to that. I do a lot of Majestics and above. It's kind of what I dabble in. I either give my bulk away or I sell it in bulk and let the ones that want to take the time or that are already set up. I have a buddy who does this with me. We kind of talk about this stuff all the time. I've used his Microsoft Word templates and stuff, or Microsoft Word templates, Excel templates to kind of like organize lists. And he does that whole thing. I mean, he'll sit there and set out the whole set by common, by foil, but by everything. He's got it all listed out alphabetically, pretty much in order. And it's all segmented that way. And now he told me that all he does is he puts like a play set up at a time of every common, so he doesn't have like to keep counting how many T-Bones he has. And he'll just make sure that when he sells this play set, he goes back and he says, okay, I have another play set, and then just puts it back up to that. So you definitely, if you're going to go all out and do this, and you want to make the most physical money you can off of like a single store, you definitely have to get your commons and rares up there. It's just going to round out all your purchases. And we're talking it's somebody would have just bought those 2 red T-bones from you for like 90 cents, but now that they don't want to spend $2 on shipping for those 2 cards, they go shop around and buy like all the way up of $5 just to get free shipping. And then you take that and mail it in a white envelope. I know it sounds blasphemous because everybody, nobody wants to be on the receiving end of a PWE, which is plain white envelope. Where was my cold foil? I might have like skipped past the cold foil. To go back and look at the box later. I feel like I didn't get a cold foil. Now I'm upset. Or did we get the cold foil and it was just early? Oh, we did get a cold foil. I'm sorry. It's Pulse of Volthaven. I'm assuming that counts as a cold foil. But like that's how you upsell, right? It's literally a way of upselling. It's like, oh, they were only going to buy the 2 T-bones, and they go, well, I guess I'll just get this because I need it. Or they go, oh, you have foils of those? Okay, well, I'll buy those in foil. Now your $2 sale just went to $5. And you throw it in that PWE. You fold those cards up real nice with a top loader, and that acts as like the non-bend thing. I mean, real simple. You just tape it to the white piece of paper. Usually you print out like whatever the tcgplayer like catalog thing is. You know what it is, that packing slip. You tape those cards right nicely to it, fold it up, put it right in that envelope. You weigh it, make sure it's under an ounce. I have a scale that I weigh. I have additional ounce stamps and I have normal ounce stamps, and it's real simple. It becomes so streamlined. I put the envelopes in my printer and I print the address right onto the envelope. Like it's all streamlined. It is like once you get that process down, it becomes free money. It's like you look at your orders every day, you just ship them out. And I put them in my mailbox. I don't even go to the post office. Now, granted, that's because I didn't have a vehicle. Now I do. For some cards, I would drive them to the post office just because I'm super paranoid. But sometimes I'll literally just schedule a pickup with my USPS, and I'll just put them in the mailbox, put the little flag up, and boom. I have had 0 issues doing that. All through PWEs as well. So, like, I know it's scary. I know everybody is freaked out sometimes by envelopes. There's not that much protection and all that, but don't be. You are literally trading in the card world with everybody else doing the exact same thing, because nobody's going to spend $4 on first class shipping or ground shipping or whatever they call it, ground advantage, for a $5 sale. It's just not. It's not reasonable. And majority of the times, I'm just going to recap this real quick. Foil Fulminate, Awakening, Oak and Old, Blizzard, Tome of Harvest, Flicker Wisp, Pulse of Volthaven, Channel Thunderstep, and I believe Blossoming Spellblade all came out of this. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 Majestics. Not bad, including a really cool cold foil. No legendaries out of Tails, which is kind of sad. But some cool cards nonetheless, and it was really nice to open up a set that I don't own a lot of. I will definitely be getting some more Tails cases down the road, and fighting on some of those cards. We're going to rip through these dynasties really fast, and then we're going to go into at least a case, if not both cases, of Mistveil. But I kind of have a hard stop at 9, just because it's Sunday, and I've got things to prepare for tomorrow, and I've got things to put up on tcgplayer as well. Well, back to what we were saying with the PW and stuff. You just can't do it. I mean, the cheapest I've been able to ship a card, like ship a card and padded mailing and all that with tracking, is maybe like $3.79, $3.80. Majority of the times it's about $4. And I'm not saying that's super expensive, but if you're buying cards for $5, like the person should not be obligated to spend $4 on shipping. It just kind of is a net feels bad. Especially when the cards are going to arrive in the same condition in the plain white envelope. You're just gonna have to get over it. If you're somebody that's really upset every time you get a plain white envelope and you don't understand why, I mean it's a numbers game. The protection is still the same. If they're doing it correctly, you should never ever notice that the card would have came in a plain white envelope or not. It would not be the same, or it wouldn't be any different, unless like they're like heathens and they just throw the cards into an envelope. But nobody would do that. That sounds crazy. I mean, I'm sure they do. Don't do that though. Please don't do that. There are so many ways to do it. Those team bags are like your best friends. Team bags and just a little top loader, and you've got yourself like a dream. Even if you end up having to use an additional ounce stamp, you're still saving yourself way more money in the long run. Payday. I have a threshold myself. I usually don't ship anything under 25, I think. 20, 25 in a plain white, or over, I should say, over 20 or 25. Usually it's by discretion in a plain white envelope, but majority of the times when we hit that threshold, I just track it and padded mailer it and all that. I don't fool around when it comes to cards of that value. And then obviously I have to provide tracking over $49 for tcgplayer satisfaction. Here you go, G. They physically require it, and then I think over like 250 you have to do signature confirmation. So they have some pretty good practices. The fees are pretty reasonable on tcgplayer. Way better than eBay's. BIOS update, that's a real card. And they're also just way easier to list on tcgplayer. tcgplayer is so easy to list. It looks a bit daunting to begin with because it's like, well, what does any of this mean? And then you catch on really quickly. It just gives you rows of usually the rainbow foil first ed, and then it'll be like normal rainbow foil first edition, and then it'll be like normal rainbow foil unlimited edition. Sometimes there's like a cold foil version if it's a legendary or whatever, and you just put the quantity and the price, and you can instantly there from that same screen see what the current lowest price is. And my general rule of thumb is, since I play for the long run and for the meta, even when I originally got my swing bigs and they were up there for 25 or whatever, I set them up there for like $40 a piece, and I just waited. And like some people would be like, well, that's crazy, you got them for 15 or $16 a piece, or at 25. Like, why would you do that? Well, because I don't think the ceiling's been hit yet. And so personally, I just sit them really high and I just wait. And if one day I wake up and I see my swing bigs are selling, right? Well, then obviously I did it correctly. And if I don't and I monitor it and I go back in a week and I'm like, oh, they're at like 35, 36, then I can just adjust there. Put mine down to 35. I'm now in selling price and then get rid of them. But you need to treat this as the same kind of ebb and flow rule that I've been telling you. You don't just run up and throw your stuff up on tcgplayer to sell unless you are 100% sure that you're okay with, one, selling it for that price, and two, you don't think it's ever going to go higher. And so there's just certain things where you just, you're like, it's a cold foil Kadachi. Like, why would that ever go up? Like, it's $35. I'll keep it. Same thing with Zephyr Needle. I had my cold foil Zephyr Needle. I was like, I need to put this up. When is it really going to gain any value? Well, Zen won with the Zephyr Needle and then it shot through the roof, right? So it's a good thing I didn't sell it. And so will it always happen like that? No, but you make that judgment call yourself. It's the same thing. Do you feel that the card has hit its meta defined ceiling, is what I like to call it, or it's speculative spike ceiling? There's like two different ceilings, and if you don't think it's hit it, if you think it has a chance to go higher, I would say this with any card. With right now, like Shock Charmers are probably in this conversation. Grasp, Dyadic Carapace. If you're like $44 for a rainbow foil Dyadic, that's crazy. It was just $16. I'm like, sure, I'd sell it, but or what if I wanted to sit them up there at 60 and see if it hit 60? You know what I mean? You don't lose anything if you think about it. Putting them up there for the start at 60, and then over time lowering it back down. Because that card is if it stays meta driven and it stays in the meta, is either gonna stay at that price or go up. No, I'm not buying any boxes live. We got plenty of boxes. In fact, we're doing the opposite of buying right now. Out of this, obviously, we're looking for Fabled CNC. I actually just want a Marvel. I'm sure he did. I'm sure he told me I could go on a spending spree, but that's not what we're here to do. We want the Marvel Emperor as like a personal one. I have the Fabled CNCs. I've got my playset of them. I would like to have another one, I guess. I don't know. I mean, they're super cool cards. But if I had to like pick something I actually wanted, it's Marvel Emperor right now, or Marvel like Sansar Great Bow, Marvel Rock, things like that. Marvel Celestial Kimono. I guess that card kind of went by the wayside with its hype and the Enigma announcement, but and then legendary wise, it's super hit or miss in the set. Let's just roll through these. That's Payday. These boxes are really, really rough value-wise, though, if you're not getting the hits. And so I have to tell you, like, Dynasty is like the pinnacle of gambling when it comes to a card game, a card set. You are feast or famine in this set, because the legendaries are really, really bad in the set, too. Most of these don't necessarily have flavor text. BIOS update. We got Tome of Ao, we got Buckle, Never Yield, Skullcrack, Payday, and Yoji. That's our Majestics. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7. Yeah, that's pretty low. That is a low roll. Like if you bought that box at Dynasty, and Dynasty is an expensive set, you were probably feeling pretty bad. That was a feels bad box. Like it happens. Dynasty is definitely that gamble set. So this one's going to make up for it though. And then I think we've left time for some part to misfill. But man, oh man. I know I haven't necessarily been just ripping packs over and over again. But it just feels like the time has definitely flown by faster than I thought it would. For some reason, I thought I'd get through way more boxes in 4 hours. I gotta get that. I gotta work on that fucking fluke speed, man. I'm telling you, that guy just rips. He just rips through packs. And he separates them too. I mean, granted, go back and separate the foils and the tokens out. There's no tokens in the set, but he's like, he throws the rares, the foils out, separates the commons, and he's just blasting through boxes. Dust from the Shadow Crypts. That's a material. It's not doing anything for us. She's banned. Well, she's not really banned. She's Living Legends, but it's kind of the same thing. She's banned from Classic Constructed Play. None of these cards are rich enough to warrant gloves. If this was like Alpha Arcane Rising or Alpha Welcome to Wraith, I'd be wearing gloves. 100%. The only thing I'm gonna spoil here is if I get a Marvel Emperor or Marvel CNC, but I mean I've got sleeves ready to go. We should be good. Cold foil. Yeah, I did. Cold foil, man, what do you call it? I cannot think of it. I can't think of the boots. Black Tech Whispers. Cold foil Black Tech Whispers would be super cool right now. Relax. You guys need to calm down. Dota's gonna be there. I got this stream until 9 o'clock. I appreciate you guys tuning in. You guys should hit the like button too, and help bump the stream up. But Oh, foil Heatseeker and a Tome of AO. Look at that. Double Majestic. Yeah, I mean, I'll be able to... play after this at 9. Welcome on in, Justin. Third Justin. Dude, there are so many Justins that have entered this chat today. You are the third Justin. I guess I could call you Yost, and that way we could get rid of like any of the confusion in case the other Justins are still here. Immobilizing shot. You gotta vote with your heart, baby. That's what I always tell people. Oh, come on. What are the odds? You know, like I always think to myself, what are the real odds of getting a Marvel Emperor or Marvel CNC? And I have bought so much of this set, and I have never seen it personally. Like from the actual set, I own them, not Marvel Emperor, but the CNCs. But I've just never pulled one. And so, like, I don't know. It seems almost impossible. But I've pulled 2 cold foil crowns from Uprising, and I haven't even bought that much Uprising. And I feel like that should be pretty low chances too. So, like, there has to be, I might say to the Tiger, there has to be a world where you can pull the Marvel Emperor. Ooh, Surgical and a foil immobilizing shot. Whoa, this Dynasty box is just balling out of control. Holy hell. Alright, we're gonna, let me sleeve these up real quick. I did not expect to get 2 packs with 2 Majestics in it. Like I know that's why I told you this is feast or famine, because the pack rates on these aren't set. It's not like you're guaranteed like X amount of this or X amount of that. They're all over the place. Dust is the only really bad Majestic, and that's just because it's not playable right now. But we've got Pride, AO, Heat, 4, 5. Wow, what the heck? 2, 4, 6, 8? And we still have packs left? That's crazy. Pulse Wave Harpoon, another Majestic. It's a good one too. This is definitely a better box at Dynasty. After that last one, we kind of needed it. Come on. There's still room for a Legendary. Or a Marvel. You can do it. Ooh, it's a foil Majestic. It's Payday. It's not necessarily real, but we'll take it. There's probably going to be a time where that card comes into play. Maybe. I don't know. It's a little slow. You'd have to have go again and then throw it afterwards. Because there's no cost and action to do that. Maybe not. It's kind of a rough one. I don't know how you'd play that card. But there's got to be a world where somebody can get Payday to work down the road. You want to talk about a down the road card? There's eventually going to be like an assassin that's going to like really rely on silver. Granted, they all rely on silver because they want to buy their equipment back, but I'm talking about like actually rely on silver. And so that's where this card's going to come in. Oh, we had another pack. Let me sneak in there. Let me clear this trash up. And then we're going to go grab the case of Miss Vale right after we recap this and open up this pack. Maybe this is the one. Maybe this is like the best for last kind of a thing. No, 3 rares. Alright, they all can't be winners. Foil Payday, Pulse Wave Harpoon, Dust, Foil Immobilizing Shot, Surgical, Mind Stake, Immobilizing Shot, Non-Foil, Foil Heatseeker, Tome of AO, and an Iron Song Pride for a total of 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 10 Majestics. That is crazy. out of the glare. That is wild for one Dynasty box. Again, very, very feast or famine in that set. It's just so crazy. It's why it's one of my favorite sets. It just has such insane value. It's either on the really high end or the really low end. And if you hit the Marvels, you hit the CNC, you're feeling like $1 million bucks. I'll tell you that much. All right, let's see if we can get a Wonka pack. Here we go. One fresh case of Gemischtwelle. It's sealed. It's ready. We're going to break that seal. It's now no longer sealed. And let us start with the top right box out of the case. Now, these are subject to case rules because we know they came in an actual case. The other ones were all loose boxes, so I bought them in like listings of at listings on eBay as already like separated boxes from their cases. So I couldn't tell who took what from what, or where they came from. Very risky, but so far some of them have paid off very well. I'd say the tails have been on the low end. That's just because the majority of those cards are banned. But we've had some really good pulls so far. Also, I forgot that there's a gold pack possibility, and so I just pulled all the packs out, but I can tell you we didn't hit it in this one. Definitely forgot about that. Next time, well, no, because I want to put the cards in it. We're just going to continue the same way. Just going to rip it open. If we get the gold pack, we get it. We'll save it for the end. Alright, now we're on Mistvale stuff. So this is relevant now. We're in the relevant zone. Tokens are going out. Everything else, in Majestics that is. Everything else we're just going to shove in the box and move on. Also, we should note we're 2 boxes of Dynasty, 4, so 4 bright lights, 5. What was that? 9, 13. 15. We're on 15 boxes. So we've gotten far away from that legendaries to box ratio, but that's okay. We weren't going to keep it. We were running really hot on those legendaries to begin with. I've maybe not opened quite a lot of this set either, so there's still plenty of cards I would love. Any of the Marvel heroes would be great. I have a young Enigma as my only Marvel so far, so it would be neat to have an adult hero. I think that would be pretty cool. Hoping for new. I have an actual interest in playing new. Although if I get Zen, it's going to be kind of funny because it'll be like, come on, you don't even want to play him. Supercell foil. Can't be mad at that. Expansion slot hit. Good expansion slot hit. Dense Blue Mist. Oh, make sure I get the tokens out. Just don't want to have a bunch of tokens taking up all that bulk space, especially if I'm going to sort them out. That was one of the worst things I had to do. I recently went through all my cards and like put them into boxes by sets and stuff, and like actually separated them out. You know, I didn't put them necessarily in order and alphabet, blah blah blah, but like I did half the battle, and like finding all the tokens was such a nightmare because I was just like, oh lord. I was like, after a while, I was like, do I really even need to keep these? And if I do I need to keep as many as I'm keeping? So I just ended up starting to get rid of them. They just take up so much space. Obviously, you need them in a limited set. Don't get me wrong, Ellis says print your tokens. But I got too many. Rage Spectre foil. Alright, so we like to see. It's a playable card. I did it again. Shadow Realm Horror. Alright. Leviathan expansion slot card. Really good one too. Card is amazing how good it is. Tooth and Claw. I think that's a real card for Zen, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know how you have 3 or more Crouching Tigers in your hand, but maybe you would. Maybe that's just too high rolly. Yeah, there's a block 3, 0 for 4 that gets go again from 1 or more. Nah, it's probably played. Let's be real. Let's be real. That's probably played. At least I'd like to think so. Oh, what the heck? All right, just rip it in all the weird ways. Oh, Heirloom of the Tiger Hide. It's our cold foil for this box. It's a pretty good limited chest piece. But outside of that, I don't know when you'd use it. I mean, there's just no reason that CC Zen would ever play anything other than pedals. But this is gonna be good. Get all my new heroes. Get some of the pieces to make the decks if I want to actually make new. Which is still in the cards. Or if I want to cave and make Zen. Hey, levels of enlightenment. Now that's what we want to see. Plenty of those, please. Everybody's new favorite enlightened strike. Good old blue E-strike, which in some cases is just way better than the old E-strike. For new heroes, that is. For Mystic heroes. You're not a Mystic hero, so you just feel bad being on the end of this, being on the receiving end of this card. But if you can use it, you best use it. Hey, Zen. The Tamer of Purpose. Not necessarily the Marvel, but it's Zen. the adult version, which I don't have one, so we can play it. Last pack of box 1 of this case. It's a Majestic. It's Gorgon's Gaze. Okay. Some people don't think the card's very good. I like to think it's pretty okay. It's not that good. It's like, well, I think it'll be better. Remember, some of these cards, they might have plans for it way down the road. We don't know yet. Anyway, let's recap box 1. Gorgon's Gaze, foil Supercell, Dense Blue Mist, foil Rage Spectre, 4 Majestics, 5 Shadow Realm Horror, 6 Tooth and Claw, 7 Levels of Enlightenment, 8 Zen Tamer of Purpose, and our cold foil was Heirloom of the Tiger Hide. So, not too shabby. It's a 7 Majestic box with a cold foil. Got our 2 foil Majestics as well, and we hit a level. So, we feel pretty good about that box. Definitely could have been worse. And that was top right. Let's go to top left now. We'll move that down there. Oh, I didn't even think about the amount of boxes I was going to have. Like boxes of commons. Yeah, I'm going to be flooded with bulk. I'll have to figure it out. Man, again, if anybody wants some bulk, you just let me know. We're gonna figure out a way to do this. But I might be living with these cards. No gold pack. Did the same thing as last time. Just kind of pulled it out. If it's there, it's there. We'll open it at the end. If not, we'll move on. Really hoping to see one. At least one. Would be kind of cool. But I'm not going to hold my breath on it. I think we'll have time to get through this case and we'll wind down. I don't probably won't be able to start another or finish another case if I start it, so. And then I guess what I can do, and I was just kind of thinking about it, since it's going to take me time, I'm going to organize everything. I got to get all my everything segmented by class and all that, like the way I like to set things up before I put them all up on tcgplayer. And I could probably do a stream one night where I go on and put everything on tcgplayer and kind of, again, like show it in real time. As long as I'm not revealing any like personal private information. I don't think I am, because it's just like how many things I have listed and all that stuff. So I think it'll be perfectly kosher. But that way we can do like a little tutorial, and it gets me to do my work that I need to do, and it also puts content out. It's like it's a win-win-win for everybody. And then if you've never used tcgplayer before, we can, like I said, I can run through it, kind of show you how I like to set it up, how you hide your store if you want to go on vacation, things like that. Kind of get familiarized with it. And I'll post about it on Twitter and stuff, and actually figure out a way to get outside of the calendar thing that screwed me up today on Streamlabs Obs. But I think I figured it out. I was just being really foolish. That's what happened to the original link. So we're learning. It's new. No pun intended. kind of got to figure out a better system for this camera too. It works out okay. I don't necessarily think it's the worst setup I've had before, but the amount of light I have kind of distorts on some of these foiled packs. I can tell just because the light's so bright. I maybe don't need this much light, like you can tell like from that. But also just the fact that my camera is literally taped to something to kind of hold it in place. It's just seems awkward. Gotta figure out a better Evo Recall headpiece, better setup for this. Definitely not that bad. Everything's legible for the most part. You guys can see it, kind of hand cam style. But it definitely could be better. So maybe I pick up another webcam that is attachable or something like that, and then I can just use this one back on me. That's what it's made for anyway. It's I get like a really high definition one to sit and look at the cards and stuff in all their detail. But so far so good. Ooh, Evo Speed Slip. Cold foil too. I don't necessarily think that this is playable right now, but down the road. Now that everything's possible. It's an instant. The next attack action is... Oh, so he gets boost for free? Huh. Okay. And it's instant too, so you can chain it on your own thing. Gets boost. Meaning you still have to boost it though. But that... Oh shoot, does that mean you can boost a CNC? Huh. That's actually really cool. I'll put it over there so it's not just sitting in the light, bathing it. Nothing but some tokens. But that feels good. That way it gives me time to continue to open up all this crap and get this bulk orientated. Might just put the bulk back in that box and ship it. That might be the best way of doing it. Gotta figure that out though. Do like a little eBay auction myself of bulk, but I don't want to get rid of all my bulk, and then I got nothing to find cards out of. We'll figure it out. Siren's Call. Maybe we just take a couple of weeks and we just take all the foils and rares, or foil commons and foil rares out. We just get rid of the rest of the bulk. That way if I have it, it's foil. Just keep it at that. Something like that. Shifting Winds. Rage Spectre. Tokens. Last pack. Let's see here. Are we expecting a Majestic on this? I think we are. Oh, maybe not. Was that 5-7? It could probably low roll some 7. but last pack magic would be nice. Maybe a legendary, maybe a marvel, rare, majestic, territorial domain. Okay, not exactly a premium majestic, but it's a majestic. It's actually pretty cool. I mean, I don't know. It's a 0 for 5 if you've created a Crouching Tiger. There might be a place where that's a big deal. Siren's Call, Evo Speed Slip was our cold foil. Evo Recall, Supercell, Gorgon's Gaze, Territorial Domain foil, Rage Spectre, and Shifting Winds of the Mystic Beast. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 Majestics, and our cold foil was actually pretty cool. It was an expansion slot hit on a Majestic equipment piece. So that was top box, and now we're going for the bottom box, and this is bottom left, if I can get it out. It's coming. Huh. We're gonna speed through these. I started slightly behind time just because I had the whole mishap with the scheduled stream crap, but I do want to make sure I spend get enough time to do what I gotta do. So let's clear this out, see if we get lucky with the gold pack. We did not. It's okay. I have a feeling that we're going to get it in the last box, so I'm not even worried about it. We'll just spill those over there. Let's get this going. All rares. Visit the Golden Anvil. It's not Cast Homes, but it'll do. What's that? What's that? What's that? What's that? What's that? Look at that. Y'all see it, right? Ooh, Marvel drop in the ocean. We'll take that. We'll take it. Not a hero. Not a hero. But that is such a sweet looking card. Oh, man. Hell yeah, dude. That is sick. That is so sick. I wish I had a thingamajig to flip it over. Well, two-sided, but that's super cool. Alright, so already feeling good on this box. Let's see if we can get a legendary too. I know I'm being a little greedy, but would be nice to see a legendary. Oh man, what if, right? What if we get extended traverse? Oh, that's like a dream right now. I want a traverse because I need one. If I ever want to play any of the heroes, I gotta have a traverse. I just don't own one. But man, oh man, an extended traverse or a mask of recurring would be oh so sweet. The weakest link, one of the better majestics out of the set. Super amazing card. This is a card that I was told by somebody who also does like the whole speculating thing. He messaged me and he was just like, oh, that's the card I was thinking of earlier with the tail, by the way. Chase the tail, card's nuts. He was like, yeah, he was like the weakest link. He's like, it's gonna be sick. He's like, you gotta pick some of them up. And I was like, you know, maybe they'll go down a little bit more. And boy, was I wrong. They only went up. So he was right. He was right. He also called Van Brace's Determination before it went up too. So there's people out there, I'm telling you, like this speculating thing is pretty widespread, and like lots of people are looking at cards and stuff, and like there's reasons for everything. I mean, obviously, you know, there's some evidence behind some of these cards, but sometimes you take a risk on them, and they do pay off. Oh, speaking of Traverse, dude. Oh, I'm so excited. Okay, I know it's not extended, but I just have to have one, right? Like, you have to have one to play it. That is so cool. I mean, who would have thought you get the Traverse in the same box that we get drop in the Ocean Marvel, right? Like, come on. Oh man. All right, this is sick. This is sick. I'm so glad we get to end on these two boxes then. This is perfect. We only have to look at the other case. The other case could be completely terrible, but now we don't even need to worry about it. This case has already given me the playable card I need. Mask of Recurring Nightmares would be the other one. I guess Petals if I want to play Zen, but like that one's pretty cheap. Mask Extended Art would be sick, and obviously Extended Art Traverse. But dude, just what a pull. What a pull. So already so excited. We got a Adult Enigma. And maybe we'll get a gold pack. Oh god, wouldn't that be a way to end the stream? Wouldn't that be a way to end the stream? I think if I get the gold pack, honestly, I'd tease everybody and I'd do it in a daily pack crack tomorrow and start that back. Force you guys to have to watch more of this. There we go. Cosmic Awakening foil. We like to see those too. That card is super cool. Big bomb. Big limited bomb too if you can get it to roll off. I still think that card's a sleeper. I feel like there's definitely a way to do that late game. There's going to be some fatigue nonsense. Mask of the Wizened Whiskers. Okay, so somehow we got a legendary and a Marvel, and that wasn't the cold foil either. I didn't realize that. I figured that the cold foil was used up by that, so that's cool that they're off the rates of each other. So we still got our guaranteed cold foil. All rares. That's a pack. I help clear that out of the way. Oh man, I got so much trash. Cardboard wrapping trash, dude. It's crazy. All rares in that. Man, we've had some absolute fire on these boxes. This box in particular. I didn't update the legendary and the Marvel count. We did get one Marvel and one more legendary, and we're on a different amount of boxes. I can update that right at the end, so people can have an idea if they just scrolled in the end of how many boxes were open. Last pack of box 3 of this case, Part the Mistveil, and it is all rares. So let's do this. Get this out of the way so we can get to that last box. Get these tokens out of here. Stack them up over there. Let's recap this really quickly. We had a Tooth and Claw, we had a foil Cosmic Awakening, an Enigma, Visit the Golden Anvil, that's 4, 5 Prognosis, Persuasive Prognosis, 6 The Weakest Link, 7 Chase the Tail, cold foil Mask of Wizened Whiskers, a Marvel, a Drop in the Ocean, and a legendary Traverse the Universe. So update that Marvels to 1 if I can get it correctly. My mouse doesn't want to cooperate for some reason. That's 5. And we'll change the boxes at the end, but I just wanted to update that. So super cool. Absolutely ecstatic with the pulls. Hitting Traverse was amazing. Even if it's not, you know, extended, cold foil, whatever. And here we go. Last box of the stream. We're going to close it out with this. This finishes one of the cases of the 2 I had left on Part the Mistveil. And I still technically have a full case of heavy hitters, although it's kind of like segmented out. But, you know, we still got plenty of stuff. So I'll be opening those, having a little alone time where I can spend some time with these packs. I like to take my sweet time when I open them. Are we gonna get it? Are we gonna get it? Are we gonna get it? Dude, no gold pack. Okay. Can't even be upset. It's, again, 160 boxes. He said he got 9 of them. Like, come on. Maybe in the other case. Odds aren't that high. So, and if I get the gold pack, I want it to be the cold foil. So we'll get there. But that's it. Let's close this out. Maybe we can close it out with another legendary or an adult hero Marvel. That would be super cool. We're chasing the tails of a really good box though. That last box is going to be hard to beat. Speaking of chasing the tails, Prismatic Leyline, I think that card's extremely cool and underrated. I'd also speculate really heavily on this card, by the way. It's a generic that has a rainbow effect on it, where it wants you to play the other colors. So if ever there's a class a class or a hero that's getting rewarded for having all 3 colors, which sounds like it might be, I'm telling you, this is the type of stuff. It's a generic, it's completely random. Everybody goes, hey, that's kind of neat, but they pass it over. Potential spec card. It's serious. It blocks 3. It's a yellow. It's a unique color with a unique effect. Nah, I spec on it. I spec on it hard. Okay, maybe not that hard, but like you get the gist, right? Pick these up for really low. Hold on to them for a while. Get like 20 of them. Actually, do it in play sets. Get 21. 7 play sets. There you go. Good round number. You want to go crazy? Get like playset number wise, 36 or like 42 or something like that. I'm gonna go crazy. But I think that's a potential spec card for sure. That's a card that everybody says, nah, it's not gonna be good. Just like Poison the Well, and then you get to tell all those haters later on that you figured it out first. Basically, all you did was buy all the cards and wait, because it'll go up eventually. And I bet those prismatic ley lines are cheap. Restless Coalescence, kind of surprised that's the first one we've seen. That's like one of the bread and butter cards of Enigma. No Manifestations of Mirror guy either, just to point it out. We've only had 1 Enlightenment. And granted, it's only 4 boxes, and there's a ton of different Majestics, but Skyhold Kikoi is our Keikoi is our cold foil. So far, this box is rough. Could be saving the best stuff for these last packs. Oh, I see it, dude. I saw it. Holy shit. Okay. It's not new, I can tell you that much, because it's blue. Look at it, dude. Look at it back there, just sparkling like crazy. What is it? 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 Oh, look at that Sacred Art Jade Tiger Domain. Oh, dude. This is so sick, man. Come on. You just when I said this box need to figure out how to pick it up. Oh, man. I'm telling you. At least it didn't disappoint. Now, if this is like the other box, we got a legendary following this up, right? Because like that was how it happened last time. It was like we got the Marvel, and I was like, that's so cool. And then all of a sudden, the legendary was just shooting out in front of me. Unravel Aggression, foil, okay. Foil Majestic, even though if it's not, you know, one that comes to mind as being, you know, super played. It's still a foil, still a Majestic. Let's not turn it down. All right. Set that back on top. Make sure everybody can see it. It slides down there. So cool. Come on, legendaries. Right. It's got to be a legendary. Evo Recall again. Okay, I'll take Evo Recall. So we're going to put something in the expansion slot. Persuasive Prognosis, okay. Good playable Majestic, come on baby. Extended Art Traverse, Extended Art, Mask of Recurring Nightmares, or somehow have some crazy adult hero Marvel grab right at the end. Some rares and tokens on that one. 2 more packs left on this case. Oh, visit. Hey, Cast Homes. All right, so we did pull one. That's an anvil to our homes, or a homes to our anvil, I should say. Last pack. Do we have some last pack magic? Rare, common, a couple of tokens, but we really can't be mad. So no gold pack. Did hit the Traverse, hit 2 Marvels in this case. 2 Marvels and a legendary, and some pretty cool foils. Not to mention a cold foil of the Evo Supercell, or slip cell legs, or whatever the heck those feet are called. But let's do a recap really quick, and then I'll finish up the Marvel rate, and then I'll sign us out here. And I gotta clean this up. Get ready for round 2 of this. But yeah, let's go ahead and recap this real quick. So we had a Visit the Goldmane, an Evo Recall, a Persuasive Prognosis, an Unrivaled Aggression foil. That's 4. A Chase Detailed, that's 5. A Prismatic Leyline, that's 6. A Restless Coalescence, that's 7. So 7 so far, only 1 foil. We had the Skyhold Keikoi as our cold foil, and then pulled the Marvel Sacred Art Jade Tiger Domain. Really cool. So we kind of got chumped just a little bit on the 1 foil, but we really made up for it with that. And so that puts us, our total here, out of these boxes at 2 Marvels, and we opened a total of, let's see here, 4 Bright Lights, that's 9, 13, 15, 19 out of 19 boxes. Oops, not 119. And so that's our final. I don't even think that that's that bad. That's right? 5 Dusk Till Dawn and 4 Bright Lights is 9. 4 Tails, that's 13. 2 Dynasty, that's 15. And then a case, yeah, 19. So really not that bad out of 19 boxes. I feel like we made out like a villain on some of this. I still have 2 boxes of Outsiders, 3 boxes of Dynasty, a whole 2 cases of Everfest, a case of Misfail, a case of Heavy Hitters, and some other sparring, it's a word, I can't, sparing. limited shit. How about that? And Monarch and Tales and some other miscellaneous crap. But anyway, uh, thank you guys for watching, for hanging out. I think I finally figured out the scheduled thing, so hopefully I won't butcher it like I did and kill the original link I had and then just go live again. But it still worked out. I will do another segment where all of this is opened and set and ready to go onto tcgplayer, and then I'll do like a night where I just am sitting here like going through everything and like putting it on tcgplayer, and we could talk more about it then. It might be a little boring, but you know, I'll maybe only do it for a couple hours, since, you know, unless people are really engaged with it. But I'm going to try and get with them too. We'll set up some days to do some streams where we just play Talishar, even if it's for a couple hours a day. I think each one of us should do it. We all play different heroes, so I think it'd be fun for you guys to see. And Thomas, who's pretty much an all-rounder, he plays a lot of things. He's a wicked player, so he's kind of like our player of the group. It's really cute, because I mean, like, I just pointed it out last stream, but like, I'm the buyer collector market guy. Donnie watches a lot of Fab and writes about it, so he knows all like the inside stuff. And then we have our like ace in the hole that like is our best player, and that's Thomas. And so we all fill such a niche role. But I want to show you guys I can hold a candle too and play the game. Maybe not at that high of a level, but I definitely can. And so it'd be fun to play some Talishar and talk through some of the plays and stuff, and just really get back into the nitty-gritty of it. Rather than just being so hell-bent on the market and buying things. But again, thank you guys. I don't want to ramble too much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for all the likes. We're at 148 out of 150 subs. If you guys don't mind, just go hit the sub button. Get us to 150. It's a milestone for us. We're definitely looking at things to give back. Remember, we have that Realm Invitational that we're hosting here in LevelUp Duluth. It's Duluth, Georgia. For the southeastern region. It's going to be great. We have a confirmed $500 prize pool so far, with tons of stuff we can raffle off. I've got plenty of cool little things around here, from round the table sets to Dorinthia Classic battles to boxes of various sets, to sleeves, to whatever, to play mats, to skirmish play mats. So I've got a lot of really cool things to give away from that. We're going to try and up the prize pool depending on how many entrants we get. You don't want to miss this. And that's going to be on August. Let me make sure I don't butcher the date now. Hold on. August 17th. So mark your calendar for August 17th. We'll have more details coming, including the prize breakdown as we get closer to it. But I want to keep hammering that date in, guys. If you have any suggestions or anything like that of content you want to see, of if the camera angle sucks, if you're tired of listening to me talk about certain things in the market, whatever. Honestly, I could care less. I take everything with an open heart and an open mind. I just, you know, whatever you guys want to see. Let us know. Let us know in the comments. Let us know on Twitter, you know, whatnot. And I'll see you guys around. Hopefully see some of you guys, or most of everybody, in Tampa for the release of Rosetta. It'll be super cool, and I will see you guys next time for some more market interaction and the TCG aspect of the business. Until then, I love you all. You're all my siblings in cardboard, and have a wonderful rest of the evening. Big Max out.